Honorable members, let us. Mighty God, humbly He did grant that from His side you give divine guidance. Thou members, integrity, courage, that the labors of government may be well set. Good purpose, human, be relevant. O God, grant us the vision of our country, as it might be. Country, righteousness, where none shall wrong neighbor. Country, plenty, where evil and poverty shall be wayward. Country, brotherhood, where all success shall be service. And a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of love. Let the efforts of those who fire, strengthen up, that they may give sacrifice the day of Ghana. Amen. Honorable members, will take honorable members, I'm going to vary the order of the day. I want us to take item 5, correction of votes and proceedings. We shall start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 25th June, 2020. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10. Yes, honorable member. The name is Table of his country technique. So we are back to page 10, page 11, page 12, Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, let me please walk you to item 3B. Organizer, Ghana Online Driver Union. Speaker, I should be grateful if driver is related to rural vessel. And then same be done. That is item 3. If you take notice, IV.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you.
Must be consistent to table of page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you yet again. Page 20, number X. Miss Juliet Pena Hila, the sister-in-law of the nominee. I think there should be briefing of.
AO office kindly take note of that. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Honorable members, in the absence of any further actions, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 25th June 2025 are hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of Tuesday, 17th June 2025. Any corrections? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, column 62, the last paragraph. Majority Chief Whip, Mr. Roxanne Nelson, Eche Kwame, Dapia Mekpo. Speaker, the spelling of Dapia Mekpo A was omitted, A before M. I believe my leader is on other duty outside the chamber, and that is why I have to draw your attention on his behalf. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member. Official reports, kindly take note. Any further corrections? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Column 10, the third paragraph, the very last line. I think the proper rendition of the ministry as we have now is Ministry for Environment, Science and Technology. So if we could delete the innovation that has been attached to it. Thank you.
Yes, official reporting, please kindly take note. Any more corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any further correction, the official report of Tuesday, 17th June 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Let me acknowledge the presence of some of our distinguished visitors, particularly our partners, leaders, now studying in various institutions. We have students from La Quantanang MA2 Basic. They are 61 in number and being led by the leader by name Agnes Azantilo. That is the headmistress. The school is located at La in Quantanang, Medina. On behalf of Parliament, the members of Parliament, I warmly welcome you to your house, the Parliament House, and to express our joy in seeing you here. Please, you are encouraged to come more, because if you are caught young, you're likely to do better than we are doing today. And I believe that is the objective of every parent or leader. So you are welcome. I've been reading this name from time to time, Agnes Azantilo. I think you are doing very, very well, and you should be commended. Thank you so much for always bringing your students to Parliament. Please, you may resume your seat. The MP for Medina is not available. He's at the committee meeting. We have again another group of students from La Quantanang MA6 Basic. They are 59 in number, led by their teacher, Maud Abwajiwa. Please, the school is also located at La Quantanang, Medina. I want once again to warmly welcome them to the House of the People, Parliament House, to encourage them to keep on coming, and to thank the teacher for leading them here. When I call your name, you recall that members have some good memories of that song. It's only those who are old enough. Those who are young may not know that song. But it was sung by a beautiful police lady. And I'm not about that one. And we used to dance it a lot. So you see, you are coming from a famous school. The lady is leading you here. Congratulations. Please kindly resume your seat. We have a team of 7 led by the country director by name Anita Amwako Jima. They are called Projects Abroad. Projects Abroad. And they are coming from Medina constituency. Where they are coming from, I don't know. But now, if you want to look for them, I'm sure you see them in Medina. But the title Projects Abroad means they may be coming from outside Ghana. You are coming from which countries? Again? United Kingdom. All of you are coming from United Kingdom. That's good. You are coming from a monarchy. Welcome to a democracy. This is the house of democracy in Ghana. We were under your monarchy. Now we are independent. And we are happy that you are here to support us to develop. We are extremely grateful. And please keep on coming. We want to learn a few from you, just like how you also pick some from us. Please take time and see what we do here. It may be similar to yours, but not exactly the same. You are warmly welcome. Kindly resume your seats. We have another group, 87 in number, from the Pentecost Preparatory School, led by their teacher, the leader by name Pascal Zenu. They are coming from Upper Denchira East. Upper Denchira East, 87 in number. Please, you are warmly welcome. I think members should applaud the efforts of the teacher. That's quite a large number, 87. The cost involved will be colossal. And I hope the Member of Parliament will contribute his quota. Is the member available? Congratulations. You've done well. Please, you may resume your seat. You are lucky your Member of Parliament is a lady. You see what honorable ladies can do. What the ladies can do, the gentlemen cannot do. If you want, contest her. She has brought 87. Let me see how many you can bring. Doctor, it's a test. I'm watching you. So please, congratulations. We have another group coming from Apejua Presby Basic. And that definitely will be from Abuakwa South. They are led here by the headmaster, Thomas Tenadu Asrifi. There are 61 in number. Please, you are also warmly welcome. And what I observe about the 61 is that they are younger than the rest. Very young people from Apeja Presby Basic School. Please, congratulations for coming. We wish you all the best. We have staff really available to take you through a number of the rudiments of parliamentary practice. And so find time to go around with them. Please, you may resume your seat. Honorable members, I have a statement to make, and I want members to make remarks on this statement. It's a statement that I believe is good news for Parliament and the parliamentary service. It's a statement on the institution of Speaker's Scholarship by the Noble International Business School, NIPS University. And it's for parliamentarians and parliamentary service staff. Honorable members, kindly indulge me to make this statement in recognition of a treasured scholarship which Noble International Business School, NIPS University, Africa's premier doctoral school, has instituted for members of Parliament and parliamentary service staff on my behalf. As honorable members would appreciate, university education is the cornerstone of national development, since it equips people with the requisite knowledge and skills to innovatively surmount intricately complex socioeconomic hurdles to spur development. Harbison, 1973, would have us believe that human resources are the active agents of production who accumulate capital, exploit national resources, build and develop social, political, and economic organizations that plan and implement national development programs. A country which is unable to develop the skills and knowledge of its people and to utilize them effectively in the national economy will be unable to develop anything else. Universities are at the center of training the human resource requirement of a country for progress. Honorable members, not only does university education equip graduates with the highest possible knowledge, practical skills, and skills in a mastered specialty, a university education is a creative spirit, one which injects the blood of humanism and culture into the youth. In modern times, universities focus on innovative pedagogy with sound human values. As a developing country, Ghana badly needs high-skilled human capital. Therefore, these institutions of higher learning are key to the socio-economic development of the country. Not only does the country rely on research findings for universities for important decision-making, the human capital developed by these universities lead the development efforts of all sectors. However, the Ghana's attempt at enhancing university education is often derailed by challenges, not least among them inadequate funding for public universities. As a means of increasing access to university education, Ghana government formed the University Rationalization Committee in 1987, charged with the mandate to develop proposals for reforming the management, academic structure, and funding of tertiary education in the country. Based on the committee's report, government issued a white paper in 1991, which boosted the establishment of private universities in the country. This led to the proliferation of private universities to the extent that their total number exceeds 100 today. Certainly, the blossoming of private university education is good for the country's development, since public and private universities share a common goal, and that goal is to provide quality education as espoused in the Sustainable Development Goal 4. Honorable members, one of the leading private universities in the country, which has contributed significantly to the human resource sets of Ghana, including Parliament, is NIPS University, a presidentially chartered institution accredited by GTEC and the British Accreditation Council. Founded in July 2014, the university is a member of the Association to Advance Collegiate Schools of Business. Some of its flagship programs of study are: 1, Doctor of Public Sector Innovation and Leadership program; 2, Doctor of Business Administration; 3, Doctor of Business Leadership; 4, Executive Master of Business Administration; 5, Master of Business Leadership; 6, Master of FinTech Management; 7, Master of Public Sector Innovation and Leadership; and 8, Master of Science Design, Management, and Leadership. Since its establishment, NIPS University has graduated very illustrious sons and daughters of this country, some of whom are members and former members of this august house. On 18 June 2025, I had the rare privilege of hosting in the Sir Charles Emmanuel Quiz Conference Room a high-powered delegation from NIPS University, led by the founder, Professor Kweku Atuahene Jima. The delegation presented to me a proposal for the institution of a scholarship dubbed Speaker's Scholarship for Parliamentarians and Parliamentary Staff. The scholarship was established in recognition of what the university describes as and I quote, inspirational and transformational leadership, and commitment to Ghana's democratic and institutional development, unquote, and my, quote, visionary leadership and pivotal role in promoting academic advancement and capacity building among parliamentarians and staff, unquote. The scholarship covers various graduate programs of study with attractive monetary values as follows. One, PhD in business definitely will give you $7,599. Two, Doctor of Business Leadership, $6,999. Three, Doctor of Public Sector Innovation and Leadership, $5,599. Six, Doctor of Business Leadership, $6,999, and various master's programs, which will give you $1,399 each. It is expected that these scholarships from NIPS University will promote lifelong learning among members of Parliament and staff of the Parliamentary Service, strengthen policy research and legislative analysis, and bridge the gap between academia and governance. This partnership between the Parliament of Ghana and NIPS University is also expected to build a legacy of knowledge and impactful delivery of services under my leadership. The proposed Speaker's Scholarship will provide, from the indication I've given, 20% tuition scholarships to members of Parliament and parliamentary service who apply, and note this one, who apply through official endorsement by the Office of the Speaker of Parliament. Again, underline it, subject to good behavior. Oh, some of you are already disqualifying yourselves. Are you admitting that you are not of good behavior? Please make an attempt to be of good behavior. I'll be very, very objective in my assessment as to what I understand by good behavior. And so you all qualify, except you disqualify yourself. I want to call on all honorable members and staff of the Parliamentary Service to take full advantage of the Speaker's Scholarship for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to be empowered with degrees that wield innovation and offer the type of leadership that prepares Parliament to meet the expectations of the good people of Ghana. On behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, let me wholeheartedly extend a resounding gratitude to Professor Kweku Atuahene Jima, President and founder of the university. I also extend the same to the faculty and the entire NIPS community for this generous offer. Honorable members, we had to do a similar thing with the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration some years ago, under my leadership then as the minority leader. And a number of members, including staff, took the opportunity to build up their capacity. And that strengthened Parliament in the performance of its functions. I pray that the current crop of members of Parliament and parliamentary staff will also take advantage of this offer from NIPS University. With this, honorable members, I thank you for your listenership. I will now give opportunity, because some of you are graduates of that university. I was given the list of a number of you that have gone there to obtain the PhDs, and also the staff. I have their names. So those of you who want to say a few words about the university, please, you may kindly do so now. Those of you who want to change your behavior to qualify, you may kindly also give me notice so that I start assessing you. Because without my recommendation, the school will never give you that scholarship. That is what is communicated to me. Please. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this very important statement. I rise to commend the management of the NIB for this important opportunity for the members of Parliament and the parliamentary staff to pursue postgraduate education. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to commend you for your exemplary leadership that has culminated into this opportunity for members of staff and members of Parliament. On that very day, I listened carefully to the praises showered upon you by the founder of NIBS. And Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I would like to quote one important statement he made. He said he is giving this opportunity to the members of Parliament and the members of staff as a result of your deft handling of the legislative affairs of the 8th Parliament, when some of the most advanced democracies could not survive the hung Parliament. And I think this commendation is very important for us to recognize. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the development of every nation depends on the quality of human resources and not on the abundance of natural resources you have. It is therefore important as legislators of this country to have this opportunity to pursue postgraduate education. On that note, I would like to urge members of Parliament and parliamentary staff to take this opportunity to have postgraduate education. And Mr. Speaker, I want to end by saying I am going to be one of those who will be applying. Yeah. That is why I have conducted myself very well since being sworn into office. And I'm very confident I will catch the eye of the Speaker when awarding this opportunity to members of staff and members of parliament. Thank you.
Honorable member, may I get your name?
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Dixon Chre Dua, Member of Parliament of Brekum West in Bono region. Thank you.
Brekum West. Yes, I've taken note. Honorable, your chairman is up, so let me give the chairman the opportunity to see whether he will also qualify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am more than qualified. Thank you for the opportunity. And let me also thank you very much for inviting me to join you in receiving our August visitors when they called on you. Mr. Speaker, I listened to them very carefully. And in analyzing what they said, I want to add that they mean very well and they mean business. They are not like people who will come and then make promises and they will not fulfill them. But I hope they will do so. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly said, private universities in the country are contributing very much to capacity building in this country. Research has shown that for every single student at the public university in this country saves the government 50,000 Ghana cedis a year. This is because government would have found it very difficult to find space for this number of students in the private universities, pay lecturers or faculty, and provide other teaching and learning materials. So we have to applaud the role being played by private universities in this country. And NIPS is one of them, and they deserve our commendation. Mr. Speaker, what is important for us to do, as I listen to you, is about timing. Because information available, as you rightly said, that GIMPA had been in this business with Parliament before. And many or some of members of Parliament who started the program could not complete because of time. And in this case, I would like us as members of Parliament to look at the timing for lectures and other activities. Mr. Speaker, you set up the Parliamentary Training Institute. It could be a lecture hall for members of Parliament, whilst lecturers from the university can come down and have lectures with students in Parliament, so that the Parliamentary Training Institute can be used as one of their lecture halls. And I hope when that is done, we'll be able to get many people. And Mr. Speaker, our longest recess is between August and October. And I would also like to suggest that that period could be used as contact periods for students who will benefit from the facility. So, Mr. Speaker, we are grateful that because of your involvement, because of what you do to make sure that members of Parliament are comfortable, they do their work well, and the training that you have given us so far, the love that you have for us so far, that is what has brought this arrangement, and we are grateful to you. We also join you to thank the management of NIPS University for this gesture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well noted. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is that...
Please. The one in front.
The one in front.
The one in front. Offenso North, right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to commend you for this initiative. In fact, I was proud when we came in first, the orientation that you embarked on and gave us as freshers to this hollow chamber. It really added up onto our knowledge and our skills. And that is what tertiary education or higher education is about. Improving on your competence, your skills base, and your ability to do specialized stuff. So, Mr. Speaker, congratulations and thank you. I would like also to congratulate NIPS University for this collaboration with the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it interests you to know that I'm having a program with NIPS currently to also add up to my skills, because you can never stop learning. I'm trying to look at the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the performance of pharmaceutical industry vis-a-vis innovation and strategy. So this is something that I'm personally proud of and excited. Mr. Speaker, the previous government embarked on making sure that we can increase our gross tertiary enrollment ratio to 40%. This gross tertiary enrollment ratio, Mr. Speaker, studies have shown that the more graduates you have, in terms of economic returns, it increases as compared to primary and secondary education. Currently, we as a country, we are blessed to encourage all our young ones to afford primary and secondary education. If you want to improve on our economic returns globally and nationally, then, Mr. Speaker, the best way to go is to make sure we all can afford tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, one thing you are doing that I'm also proud of, this hollow chamber decides on most of the things that happens in this country. We decide on what even the executive can do. We set the laws for the judiciary to even use to adjudicate. Mr. Speaker, once that you have embarked on this journey, I would like to encourage, for instance, legislators, when we go to committee meetings, if you compare to other jurisdictions, they have researchers who are supporting them on every decision they make and every statement they make on the floor or in committee meetings. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, on our system, we have RAs, single RAs supporting members of parliament to go to education committee, health committee, development and economic committees. What kind of research and skill base do they have to support the decisions that we are using to inform the legislation aspect of our work? Mr. Speaker, as we are appreciating and glorifying you for this collaboration with NIPS, I will be happy that we can also rope in our research assistants to improve on their knowledge base, as many as will want to be part of it, so that we can have researchers who are timely, relevant, and have all the knowledge base to be able to support our development as a nation. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is sitting at the center of the world. We have rich people and people who have enough knowledge and the skills and the ability to do everything that we want to do in this world. It interests you to know that you have Ghanaians being the heads of cardiothoracic centers across the world. What can't we do? The only way we can do is to encourage that as many Ghanaians as possible afford tertiary education. So even as we are also doing this, we can also encourage the government to, as much as possible, give all the support that it can to tertiary, private tertiary institutions. As a member of the Education Committee, we embarked on field visit and we realized that many Ghanaians who want to have higher education, but the ability to do is not there. And not because they can't learn, it's because they cannot afford. So, Mr. Speaker, in fact, I want to stand on behalf of all members of Parliament to say we are grateful. And let's encourage as many of us that want to continue to go for higher education, improve on their research skills, and to be able to expand their brain. We realize that our brain cells, by the time we die, have not been utilized even up to 10%. And the more that we learn, the more the brain expands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations.
Did you say you are MP for Offenso South?
Mr. Speaker, Offenso North. I was even in your office today.
Oh, okay. Okay. Offenso North. That is Dr. Fred Che Asamoah. Dr. Fred Che Asamoah.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Congratulations. You are already there, so you don't need my recommendation. Yes, let me take one from here. He stood up and I asked him to give opportunity to the chair. I'll come to the ladies, but let me listen to the Honorable Deputy Minister for, where are you now? Education?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Education, sir. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this wonderful statement that you made on our behalf, collectively, in appreciation to this generous offer made to you in our name. Mr. Speaker, let me say off the bat that NIPS University is accredited for the sake of the records. Mr. Speaker, I think the decision to name the scholarship, the Speaker's Scholarship for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff, is apt. I believe anyone who has followed Ghana's fourth Republican democracy, anyone who has followed your own activities and your contributions will not be surprised that this noble institution deemed it fit to come to you and to make this offer and to propose the most legitimate title as far as this scholarship opportunity is concerned. The Speaker, having commended you, it is only proper that we also recognize that NIPS University has shown generosity. In many ways, we could say that this is an example of corporate social responsibility that is worthy of emulation. Private universities, Mr. Speaker, have and continue to play a very important role in helping the state to fulfill its responsibility of ensuring that citizens have a right to higher education. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Education has held a meeting with the leadership of Ghana's private universities. As his deputy, I was privileged to be in that meeting. The minister is fully cognizant of the key role that private universities play and has committed to supporting them to even do better. Some of the issues that came up at the meeting had to do with accreditation. The minister committed and is working with GTEC to ensure that the processes towards accrediting private universities are streamlined. The minister is also considering extending the student loan to Ghanaians who are going to take up places in private universities. The minister has even gone ahead to announce a package to support private universities to train faculty. Clearly, the minister and government recognize the important role that private universities play, now even more than ever, when we consider the significant numbers of students that are completing secondary school, and when we juxtapose that with the failure of the state to appropriately prepare spaces for these huge numbers of students at the tertiary level, which includes university. So government is committed. The minister is already working to ensure that private universities continue to play their role and even do more. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I commend you highly, for this scholarship has partly come to benefit us because of your good works, your good deeds, and the record that you have set. We are forever indebted to you, and may God bless you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
He doesn't need the scholarship at all, so he is not going to apply. I know him very well, so I know he doesn't need it. So it's some of you who are struggling to qualify. No, you don't determine that, I determine. And he hasn't put in an application, but he's of good behavior. That one for sure, I can attest to that. He's of good behavior. Yes, since your leader is up, I'll give him the opportunity. Then after that, our honorable member from Adan will have her bite. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we first need to commend you and the Noble International Business School or International Business University for this very great partnership. Mr. Speaker, education we know is the bedrock of one's major development. And we are aware that without education, most of us may not even have had the opportunity of getting here. Mr. Speaker, we also know that education is very expensive in recent times, and especially for private universities. When fees are served on parents, you can understand what people go through. Mr. Speaker, for some of us, we understand that this is the time for people to take advantage, to have some development, training, and education. And that is why we believe that this is the best of platforms, especially for members of parliament who may want to pursue further education, to avail themselves for such a very fine opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at it from an angle of what are we going to do as members of parliament who are going to benefit from such a great initiative. First of all, are we going to get curricula that is going to be, as it were, would say that is demand-driven? Are we going to get curriculum that is tailor-made, that as members of parliament is even going to suit our times and periods so that we can be here and be there at the same time, and that is going to give us the opportunity to have proper output, and in fact, proper input and output. Mr. Speaker, we also are looking at the fact that, respectfully, in all these arrangements, we request that this should not be contemporaneous with your tenure as a speaker. That when you are not here tomorrow, that should be a legacy. That Right Honorable Suman Agbagi had this scholarship for members of parliament, and when you are no more, even after 36 years, we can still say that that is a scholarship that is inscripted in your name. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at the sustainability of this. And I believe that with all the good works you're doing, this is a conversation you can consider and have with the people of the owners of Noble International Business University. Mr. Speaker, for me, what is more important is that You see, you will not forever be a speaker, but you can also forever be, you can once upon a time be a chancellor of NIPS. And Mr. Speaker, as a chancellor, what you can do for some of us is that you can open the forum for us to also have some sort of partnership beyond Ghana. So NIPS is not just going to be a university from Ghana, but has other relationship with other universities, like the Oxford, like the Cambridge, like the Harvard universities, so that people can have all manner of programs that they can attend. Right, Honorable Speaker, with this, I think that this is a very commendable initiative. It's a partnership that is worthwhile, and we need to commend you and commend NIPS. With these few words, I just want to say thank you.
Yes, well noted. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank you so much for this wonderful gesture, because this is opportunity that we are all looking for, and you have brought it to us in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we are all interested, and we are ready to learn. We are ready to sharpen our brains. Already, Parliament is a place that you can learn and then learn archaeology to zoology. And you have brought this one too on top, and it's a plus. Mr. Speaker, all that we'll say is thank you so much. And don't forget to write our names, because we are all ready. We will sit, we will read, we will learn, and we will do the good work. Mr. Speaker, when you get the one that we can learn law to, bring that one to, we are ready, so that we'll all be lawyers and learn the law and work proper for our constituency. Thank you.
Honorable members, definitely this is leadership by example. He is not stifling the young ones. The fact that she wants to go and study doesn't mean he's taking the opportunities away from the young ones. This is leadership by example. And I told you when I was minority leader, I had to lead the team to Jimpa. I was personally there to study. And out of 40, about 42 that got enrolled, 17 completed. So what the chairman of the education committee stated is real experience. And so we are going to take that into consideration. That time we didn't have such space in Parliament for tutorship. Now we have. And so we'll talk and discuss with them to see what could be done with our PTI, the collaboration between Parliament and the university, and how to time the courses to suit the time of members. It's not easy, but life is not easy. So you have to study. And if it is possible you want me to lead you, I'll lead you and enroll. Not under the scholarship. Not under the scholarship. What the scholarship is for members of Parliament and parliamentary staff. I am not a member of Parliament. Neither am I a parliamentary staff. So I am disqualified. But I have to qualify those who are qualified. It will be a legacy. It will be a legacy for the House. Whether I'm Speaker or not, those succeeding me will continue. And we believe that it will be sustained. So please, let me take another from this side. We have some other work to do. Are you part of the majority? Because some of you are here. I don't know whether you are right or left.
Mr. Speaker, this side, the majority extends up to this side.
We are part of majority. Mr. Speaker, Kentampo is part of majority.
Yes.
Kentampo, no.
You have been on your feet for some time, so let me allow him.
Okay.
I'll come to you.
All right.
My sister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have a bite on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, my chairman and most of the members' leadership have spoken already. I just want to add other aspects of the needs that, as a House, we need to help formulate policies to help our private universities to be able to cope up with the numbers that are being turned out, looking at government policy to send a lot of students this year to the private senior highs. We should be looking at how to enable some of the private universities to also be able to absorb those students in future into the university so that enough space will be created. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be a member of the Education Committee who went around for the number of weeks, your committee. And Mr. Speaker, to add to my chairman's assertion that the research that shows that each student that a private university saves government of about 50,000 Ghana cedis, what is happening there, the reality is that most of the private universities are beginning to be on their knees because of cost-wise. Mr. Speaker, if you remember All Nations University, the university that brought Ghana to the limelight, the space travelers university, your committee visited that university, went to CAF, Wisconsin University, and other ones. And Mr. Speaker, their cost of operation is becoming so high that as policymakers, we should begin to look at what government can do to save them. They are looking at the loans they use to operate some of the universities. If government can come in to reduce or to talk to banks to reduce the cost of borrowing. They did mention President Kufuor, President Atames of blessed memory, supported some of them with school buses by our act, the Get Fund Act. I'm sure they are not supposed to benefit from Get Fund support. What can we do as a House to let them benefit now that a lot of students are coming into the system? Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure it's an important issue that as a House we should begin to look at so that our private universities will come up. And if you look at the facilities that they have, the unique programs that some of them have, artificial intelligence and things that they have started running courses, programs that even the government universities don't have. We need to encourage them in that line. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to your statement. In fact, your statement is a very big source of motivation and encouragement. Learning is not about age, because learning has no end. Learning is not about how many years, how many degrees, or how many what you have. No, learning is about interest. And adding more knowledge to yourself is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, if this encouragement had come earlier on, I believe that even people who have left Parliament and no more MPs would have benefited a lot. I am not surprised when I listen to you and when you lead us in discussions or when you present statements to us, I realize that you do a lot of reading. You learn a lot. And that one alone is a form of motivation. This is the same thing that you are putting across to us. For some of us, we are ready and we will participate. We will ensure that we learn and we'll make good use of what we would learn from this your motivational work and encouragement that you have brought to us. But I want to buy the idea, Mr. Speaker, from the chairman of the Education Committee, that the lectures, in order that we are able to participate and that we are present and make good use and judicious use of our time, it should take place in Parliament here. It will help us a lot. Because even if we have activities, we know very well that at a particular time we could be at lectures, and at the time that is required for us to come in and work as legislators, we would come to do that. Mr. Speaker, another request was made about our parliamentary assistants, our personal assistants, and then our research assistants. These are people who are assisting us in our work as MPs, but most of them find it difficult to further their education, maybe higher than even we those that they are serving. I will appreciate and I wish to plead that they should be included in this innovation that you have put in. With the parliamentary staff, I wish to say that please get encouraged. Maybe some of us eventually will not be MPs. Some of you can even come in the MPs. So why not? We need to learn hard, not only for ourselves, even for our grandchildren. Because when you learn, you will definitely impact knowledge, if only you take the trouble to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. I wish you the best, and I wish that you continue to encourage us, and to ensure that we learn properly, and that you lead us so that we don't even do courses that may worry us, because we have individual differences. So I thank you very much. I'm grateful, and I hope that what we have discussed will be taken aboard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Well, you can see this honorable young lady who just spoke. It's a living example. It's a living example of lifelong learning. And she has really impacted a lot on her constituents. That's why you can't beat her in her constituency. Yes, because she's always learning, and she's been here for long. I know her very well before even she came here, and I know where she came from. So please take advantage of it. Yes, I think the young man behind you should have a bite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me.
Leaders, when you are ready, let me know. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by adding my voice to the numerous commendations that are coming to you. I know this opportunity that NIPS University is offering us has not come by any mean feat. It's come through dint of hard work, your exemplary leadership, and also for the pace that you've set throughout your entire life. And I think we've just looked at you, the father that you are, thinking about your children and giving us this opportunity to also excel. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank NIPS University for this privilege. I've actually been there to inquire, and
I was there to inquire on Doctor of Public Sector Innovation and Leadership. And looking at their facilities, Mr. Speaker, I saw that they have a really conducive place for learning. And there are times that they give are also flexible. Other speakers or other members have indicated the chance to have the studies in Parliament. If that comes, that will be a plus. But if it doesn't happen, we still have a very conducive place that we can conduct our studies. Mr. Speaker, I also realized that usually doctoral programs are very, very long, and sometimes it takes between 4 to 6 years. What I realized, and from the inquiries that I made, and from other people who had graduated and had their doctorate degree from the same place, was that because of the intensity of the program and the willingness of the facilitators to make sure that we complete early, it doesn't take so long for you to complete that program. And I realized that notable personalities like Dr. Ransford Abbey and other people, even other MPs here, I realized the list that I gave, about 3 current MPs have passed out through there. And even we have a clerk, Dr. Gloria Akuya Kumewu, deputy clerk. She also had a doctorate degree from the same place. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's in a very good light that you have afforded us this opportunity. We are very grateful. And I would like to end by saying that a few of my colleagues are interested in this offer. And I'm only wondering how many slots are available, and because we are quite a lot. And we are also, yes, behaving very well in Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, the interest is high. So I think you need to continue to impress upon them to expand the slots so that it can accommodate a lot more MPs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, that's the MP for...
The Speaker, MP for Kwabri East.
Kwabri East.
Jamfi Onyina Champon.
Kwabri East.
East. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Kwabri East.
Yes.
The early bird catches the worm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You've done very well.
Thank you.
And so you are eligible to qualify.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to make few remarks on this very important scholarship. Mr. Speaker, listening to you, I got excited that the significance of this scholarship program by NIPS is about rewarding you, Mr. Speaker, for showing leadership of integrity. Mr. Speaker, there are so many young ones that look at you and they want to be like Speaker Bergman. Looking at you and studying about you, starting as a member of Parliament up to the 7th Parliament, becoming the Speaker for the 8th Parliament, still the Speaker for the 9th Parliament, you have demonstrated that you are the leader that we can all emulate to be. And that's the significance of this scholarship. And therefore, the many members of Parliament, staff of the parliamentary service that will want to take advantage of this scholarship program should know
that it is not just a scholarship to go and get master's or PhD, but it has significance that you must be a leader of integrity, a leader with values like Speaker Bagby. And Mr. Speaker, I know that the leader Bagby will never die. And when I say will never die, what it means is that you will live and your name will live like President Kwame Nkrumah. And that is the significance of this scholarship. So we are grateful to you for being a leader, an exemplary leader, to many young ones and to many of us who look up to you and say, yes, we are proud that you have demonstrated the values. And Mr. Speaker, not to be tribal, but you have demonstrated that you were trained as what they term pepeni, meaning pepper. Your values will live forever. And I believe it's these values that NIPS, the university, has seen and want to train many more leaders in this country that will lead like Speaker Bagby. Thank you very much for the exemplary leadership, and thank the NIPS University for seeing these leadership qualities in you and granting this scholarship, to Parliament. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
I think we'll take the last. There's too much interest, but we have to move on. So, leaders, I think if I take the young man to my left, we should call it a day. And the first deputy speaker will take over, because I have a delegation in my conference room waiting on me. Or you wanted to have a bite?
Speaker, with respect, I would prefer to rather yield to the Honorable
To him.
Dr. Kapiru, yeah.
Thank you. So please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for this great initiative, and to also thank NIP for the opportunity for members of Parliament to add quality to themselves, add quality to the debate of the House, and to add quality to national discourse. Mr. Speaker, as we rightly put, education is a lifelong activity, and one can never get to the end destination because every day we learn. Mr. Speaker, but I would like to share, based on personal experience, Mr. Speaker. I had the privilege of doing my PhD 7 years ago, and 7 years, almost a decade of continuous learning is something that I will say that members of Parliament should not allow the opportunity to slip by. Mr. Speaker, very young in this House, but the most difficult lessons I learned is that most members of Parliament, aside their personal endeavors, are not able to do any work when they leave the chamber. The opportunity to add quality to yourself, Mr. Speaker, is going to serve as a level for each and every member of this House in the event they are not interested in legislative duty. Mr. Speaker, if you pursue a PhD, it's an opportunity to add to your skills of research. Consultancy comes handy. If you pursue PhD, Mr. Speaker, even in our universities, you are very well positioned to contribute and impart knowledge to our upcoming generation. So bringing it at this time, at a time that members of Parliament say that we must take advantage, absolute advantage. Mr. Speaker, the other courses, as it were, master's program that they may be pursuing, but the most significant for me and for most members of Parliament and parliamentary staff
is the PhD. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult for a member of parliament to combine the tedious, laborious exercise of having to perform the oversight expected of him at the same time learning. But, Mr. Speaker, it will be worth the sacrifice. And I think that such members under your leadership would be considered sometimes for a leave of absence if there need be for them to focus on doing the research that is exquisite. And I know that under your leadership and with your approval, members will find it handy and they will be able to do this exercise. Mr. Speaker, but I would further, like Oliver Twist, like they mentioned, I would again say that when it comes to this particular opportunity, let us give opportunity again to those of us who are still burdened. Mr. Speaker, catch them young and they shall be yours forever. Mr. Speaker, your legacy is going to be enduring. You have a lasting legacy. If after your generation, your grandchildren comes to learn that a young man from Kwabri East got an opportunity to learn or to pursue PhD, and that PhD has helped him to, impact knowledge in society. And I'm just urging that those of us who are coming, that is an opportunity for us, for you to catch us young, so that when we learn and when we acquire this degree, because there's one trend that I'm sure is not yet within the chamber and within your force. There is this particular trend of people having on-end issue. Mr. Speaker, this is a timely opportunity for us, to those of us interested in it, to grab it and legitimize whatever pursuit we have. And when we do that, we are adding respectability to this house, and the members of parliament work hard and they earn their PhDs. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you once again and to thank NIP for this brilliant and great opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Let me assure members that I put a very high premium on this offer from NIPS University. And so we'll do everything we can to support members of parliament, but more importantly, the staff, to build on their capacity. And so we had, in the 8th Parliament, under my leadership, we have been able to get seed capital, which is available to build the capacity of staff and members of parliament, which we believe will add a lot of value to our democracy and our development. And so under the new leadership that we have here, the majority leader and leader of the House, we've also reached out to the research institutions, and they have agreed to have focal researchers to Parliament, all the research institutions. So they will be attaching researchers to support what we have in-house, to assist members and the committees on research findings and data that's available for you to take for evidence-based decision-making. So we've taken some steps towards beefing up that area, and we will have to look at the Get Fund Act. Definitely, it should not be restricted to only public universities. It should be extended to private universities too. So if the public sector, that is the executive, are too busy with other matters, members try private members' bill, and let's look at it. We'll do the fiscal impact analysis, and we see whether what we're going to do would add to, or rather reduce, the cost to government. I will also encourage members, because it's just going to take about 3 years. We are in the first year of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. If you take advantage of it, by the time you get to the next election, you are a PhD holder. And who knows, if the Lord doesn't smile on you, you'll be capable of taking care of yourself. You know what is happening to those who have left. And so it's a golden opportunity that you should not allow to slip by. And as I said, if you even say I should show the way, I'll go myself. And those of you who are going to be not only of good behavior, but focused and hardworking, I will personally contribute to paying for the cost of your education in the university. I will do so with all my heart, because we need you. We need you to do better than we, those who started. We are now 33 years. We don't expect that you should be trying to emulate us. We expect you to perform better than us. That is evidence of development. If you are still looking up to us, then we haven't gone far at all. We should be looking up to you, because you are now surpassing what we have done. So please, I encourage all of you, and as I stated, it is going to be a legacy. It will not end with my office. It will continue when my successors come to office. So please take advantage of it, and I'm sure with further discussions and negotiations with the university, we can make things easier for both Parliament, the university, and the staff to make sure that we improve the university and the staff to make sure that we improve the human resource capacity of Parliament and of our country. Yes, I see the Minority Chief Whip wants to say something.
Speaker, I'm grateful for your indulgence. Speaker, just to corroborate the point you made on the Get Fund Act, including private tertiary institutions. Speaker, I think it's a welcome news. It shouldn't just be left there. We have to pursue it to its logical conclusion. Speaker, not too long ago, the Scholarship Secretariat that was limited to the presidency, formed in 1960, limited to the presidency, had now been decentralized, and it's a good measure. So I recall at the NUCS, we advocated for SNIT to rope in private tertiary institutions. Back and forth, eventually, we were able to achieve that. Now, SNIT is not limited to only public universities. Private tertiary institutions are also being.
Please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
So, Speaker, just to support and to corroborate the point that robbing in private tertiary institutions is long overdue, and it's a matter that should not be wished away, and we should not just listen to it and allow it to die a natural death. We could probably even refer it to the Committee on Education to go into it and to get some conclusion on this matter. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. Yes, Majority Leader, do we continue with statements?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think we...
Which ones are selected?
Statements. Mr. Speaker, a few statements. Statements. Which of them? Urgent questions. Okay. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is here. Minister of Communication is here. So let's take his questions.
Honourable members, the Minister responsible for communication is here to respond to urgent question. So we move to item numbered 6. The first urgent question stands in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Makin, Member of Parliament for Afutu. Yes?
Speaker, may I come under Order 88.3, the authority of the minority leader, and further seek your permission to ask the question for and on his behalf.
Please, permission granted.
So I rise to ask the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations the circumstances that necessitated the closure of the following radio stations. Fire Group of Companies, Sunyani 90.1 megahertz, One ZA Consult Limited, Tamale 89.7 megahertz, Abu Channel Media Group, Adidome 105.7 megahertz, Ochami Radio Limited, Bibieni 99.7, Mume Bono Foundation Techiman 99.7, Osikeni Community FM, Nkrankwanta 99.7, and Guma FM station. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The 6 FM stations were directed to cease operations on 18th of February 2025 by the National Communications Authority because they did not have valid authorizations as required by Section 2.4 of the Electronic Communications Act 2008, Act 775. The stations were Fire Group of Companies Limited operating on 90.1 megahertz in Sunyani, ISA Consult Limited operating on 89.7 megahertz in Tamale, Abu Channel Media Group operating on 105.7 megahertz at Adidome, Ochami Radio Limited operating on 99.7 megahertz in Bibieni, Mumin Bono Foundation operating on 99.7 megahertz in Techiman, and Osikeni Community FM operating on 99.7 megahertz at Nkrankwanta. It is important to note that prior to taking the enforcement actions, Mr. Speaker, all the affected FM stations were given the opportunity to renew their expired authorizations, but they failed to do so. However, the authorizations granted to the 7th radio station, Guma and Sons Limited, to operate a commercial FM station at Boku on 104.9 megahertz was suspended on national security considerations based on a request from the Ministry of Interior acting on the advice of the Upper East Regional Security Council. However, Mr. Speaker, all the other 6 radio stations have since resumed operations after they rectified their infractions. I thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Speaker, let me thank the Minister for the answers duly provided. Can the Minister apprise this House? Yes, I consider it's given a general nature of infractions. Can he give us the specific infractions related to specific radio stations that were reportedly committed?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can provide the House specifics. I'll just try and pull that out. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, in the case of Fire Group of Companies Limited, they were granted the authorization to operate a commercial FM station at Sunyani on 6th of January 2020. This expired on the 5th of January 2025. Fire Group of Companies Limited was required per Regulation 56(1) of the Electronic Communications Regulation 2011 LI 1991 and Condition 4 of the authorization to submit a complete application at least 3 months prior to the expiration of the authorization to renew the said authorization. Mr. Speaker, the NCA notified Fire Group of Companies Limited in a letter dated 16th of December 2024
to submit a complete application to renew its authorization by 5th of January 2025. Fire Group of Companies Limited, however, failed to submit the renewal. Following the expiration of the company's authorization on 5th January 2025, the NCA issued a letter dated 18th February 2025 directing them to cease operation. Like I stated earlier, the station has subsequently submitted a new application, and we are processing it, but even during the processing period, in the spirit of good faith, we have asked them to resume operations. 2, the case of ISA Consult Limited. They were granted authorization to operate a commercial FM station in Tamale on 19th November 2018. Again, per Regulation 56.1 of the ECR 2011, LI 1991, and Condition 5 of their authorization, they ought to have submitted a complete application 3 months prior to the expiration of their authorization. ISA Consult failed to do so. Following the expiration of the company's authorization on 18th November 2023, the NCA issued a letter dated 12 February 2024 directing ISA Limited to cease and desist its operations. ISA applied for a new authorization in Tamale on 21st August 2024. They were issued a provisional authorization on 13th November 2024 and were asked to settle the provisional authorization fee of 61,985 Ghana cedis by 12th of January 2025. They failed to pay the authorization fee, leading to the suspension of the authorization. They have since made payment, and we have once again given them permission to go back on air. Abu Channel Media Group. They got their authorization to operate on 105.7 at Adidome in the Volta region on 20th July 2010. It expired on 19th July 2015. Again, on 12th of July 2015, they were asked by the NCA to submit an application to renew by the 10th of August 2015. Abu Channel submitted a renewal on 4th November 2015. The company was given a provisional license on 8th August 2016. They paid the authorization fee on 29th March 2017. Mr. Speaker, that authorization expired on 6th March 2023. Abu Channel submitted an incomplete renewal application on 15th March 2023. The NCA requested Abu Channel to submit their SNIT clearance, their tax clearance, and their audited financial statements and NCA Form AP01B by 10th June 2023. Abu Channel informed the NCA on 6th of November 2023 that due to their nature of their business being not-for-profit, they should be exempted from submitting an audited financial statement, SNIT, and tax clearance certificates. However, the legal division of the NCA on 23rd February 2024 recommended that the request for waiver by Abu Channel Media Group should be denied and the company should be requested to submit same. The NCA communicated same to Abu Channel on 12th March 2024. Mr. Speaker, as Minister, given the failure to submit all of these documents since 2023 and despite the refusal of the waiver by the NCA in 2024, we took the policy decision to suspend their operations. Abu Channel, in a letter dated 10th March 2025, requested for another waiver of the same tax clearance and TIN number from GRA. We declined. They have hitherto submitted those documents and we've allowed them to go back on air. Ochami Radio, also similar situations. It's all about the request to submit the documents and reapply, but failure to do so. And so, Mr. Chairman, if I have leave of the questioner, it's the same scenario across all the other 6, and we have since allowed them, once they've complied with the law, to go back on air. I thank you.
Any further question?
Yeah, Speaker. May I find out from the Minister if there are plans to engage the National Media Commission in a bid to encourage compliance and also respecting the relevant laws. I'm sure he will be happy to see the stations complying to the provisions of the law. And I'm wondering what collaborative effort he wishes to engage the Media Commission in this regard or in this context.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the questioner for this question because it's critical that we make this point clear because the country listens to Parliament. The law, when it comes to the renewal of a frequency authorization, and especially because we have members of Parliament who own radio stations, please take note, the law is clear. You do not renew your radio license when it expires. You must renew your radio license at least 90 days before the expiration date. So if you do not renew and we get into the 90 days to the expiration, your license cannot be renewed for you. It has to be a fresh authorization. This is the position of the law. And so many media houses do not even renew in the 90 days, and then they come post the expiration of their licenses asking for renewals. You can only do a fresh application. And when you do a fresh application, you now have to go through the whole process again of inspection and verification and provision license authorizations and test transmission. All of that must be done again. So our appeal to media houses is we respect the freedom of expression, but as media practitioners, you have a responsibility to respect the law. And so we have engaged the Media Foundation for West Africa. We have also engaged the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association to draw their attention. In fact, what the NCA does is that the NCA issues a notice to you 6 months to the expiration. So that's 3 months before your window closes. The NCA writes to you to notify you. But many times, and Mr. Speaker, if my memory serves me right, in the case of, for example, Woon2Me Multimedia, which was part of the second batch of shutdowns we did, the NCA wrote to Woon2Me in 2022, wrote back in 2023. And so it is on the back of these notices that we take enforcement action. So once again, I think that it's a timely question and that the media houses should take advantage to bear in mind that 90 days to the expiration of their license, they must indicate their willingness to renew. And we will continue to send the notices 6 months to the time and 3 months to the time from the regulator. I thank you.
Speaker,
yes.
May I find out from the Minister whether or not the spectrum allocations to these affected stations have been reallocated? And if it is the case, whether it went through due process.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the directive that was given to the regulator and enforced by the regulator in February was not a revocation of licenses. In 2019, we had a revocation of licenses, and so you then had to reinstate those licenses. What we authorized was a suspension. A suspension means that the license still holds, but you cannot operate on it. And in the cases of the 6 and the subsequent 62 that we did, we have not revoked any licenses. We only suspended the licenses. When they rectified the infractions, we reinstated the licenses. So we've gone through there was no process of going to the board or anything because there was no revocation and then a renewal of a fresh license. This was just a reinstatement and a suspension, not a revocation. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, may I find out from the minister if there are plans or some strategic measures to draw a balance between regulatory compliance and protection of media plurality? I don't know if he gets the sense of my question. Yeah.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is a fine line that as policy maker I must toe. A full respect for, I believe, Article 162 of the Constitution, media freedoms, but also ensuring that the responsibilities, corporate responsibilities of media practitioners must also be respected. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to toe the fine line between respecting the freedoms of expression and media plurality, but also ensuring that the right things per the law. Mr. Speaker, I think that it would be, for want of a better word, irresponsible on my part as minister to say that because I want to respect media plurality, a media house should not pay their taxes. Because when we demand that they submit their tax clearance, it is to ensure that they are paying their tax obligations to the state. And so media houses have a responsibility to comply with the law. And so we would continue to respect the freedom of the media and media plurality, but we will continue to engage through GIBA, Media Foundation for West Africa, and our administrative processes at the regulator to ensure compliance with the law of the land. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, I appreciate the detailed answers provided, but this may be my final question.
Very well.
In respect of Order 89.3.
Yes.
Speaker, I appreciate the solutions and the answers, but does the minister have an overarching redress mechanism to deal with the challenge, especially the affected stations? Yes, I've heard him mention in parts. For instance, the earlier notifications that were given, they are all part of that, but these measures exist in part. Are there any more redress mechanism to
yes,
provide
Honourable
solutions to the
Minister.
affected?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to redress on the part of the media houses, and if that's the question, if media houses are unhappy about a decision taken by the regulator, they can appeal to the ministry. And where the ministry sides with the regulator, they can actually go to the Electronic Communications Tribunal. And we saw that happen in 2019 when there was a closure of 137 media houses. It went to the Electronic Communications Tribunal, and the Justice Dateban Commission upheld the decision by the then minister to shut down the radio stations, but then said that the fines that were imposed were illegal, but said reinforced the position that 90 days to the expiration, if you fail to register, your license had lapsed. So the redress process is to go to the regulator and try and fix with the regulator. Like in the case of Abu Channel, they ask for a waiver. If you are unhappy with that, you come to the ministry. If you're unhappy with the ministry, that's why we have the Electronic Communications Tribunal, which is the final arbiter relative to spectrum issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Jerry Shaib.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for indulging me. Minister, you indicated one of the stations had to be closed because of security concerns and that you were advised by the national security. Is that the Guma? And what has been the recent development with reference to consideration of reopening SAID?
Yes, Minister.
Honourable Speaker, the case of Guma is a very particular one because Guma and a number of other radio stations were shut down in 2023, if my memory serves me right. because of the role they were playing in incitement in the conflict in Boku. In that instance, 4 media houses were shut down. After about 6 months of shutdown, the media houses signed a bond, in quotes, of good behavior with the NCA in 2024, or late 2023, upon which they were reinstated. In the current case where I took the directive was given to the NCA to shut down the radio station, I first got a request from the security apparatus to shut down. I declined that request and requested that there is a DISEC in the constituency or in the district, and there's a regional coordinating council, and requested that the regional coordinating council must have a meeting with DISEC and take a decision on the complaints that had come to the ministry on insightful comments, not this time against of ethnic behavior, but against officers of the army, the Ghana Armed Forces, and the Ghana Police who were carrying out peacekeeping duties there. So the incitement that came to our notice this time was against the security operatives. And so RegSec met, took a decision. I demanded the minutes of the RegSec meeting. That was sent to the Ministry of Local Government. The Ministry of Local Government forwarded that to the Ministry of Interior, which acts as the supervisory ministry for national security. And then the Minister for National Security made a request on the back of that. And so we exercise extreme caution in taking this decision. At the moment, I am still following the briefing from National Security on the volatility of the situation there. If we are giving the clearance that the situation has improved, we will reconsider it. However, let me state that that radio station is currently operating on Facebook. They still carry out their broadcast on Facebook, not on the spectrum. And we keep getting reports from RegSec and National Security, which I refer to another agency under my ministry, the Cybersecurity Authority, because in some of the instances, specific people we have identified are calling for the attack on the armed forces. So it is a very dicey situation, and I want to use this medium to plead with everyone who does radio broadcast. We have only one nation. The attack on our men in uniform, military or police, cannot be countenanced by anyone that a media house will be calling for attacks on them, irrespective of which side of the ethnic divide you sit on. Our men in uniform must be protected at all times. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have we now moved back?
Huh?
Have we now moved back?
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Jerry Ahmed, the second deputy whip, was having a conversation with our boss. So
you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister the reasons attributed to why those 4 radio stations were closed on national security grounds or briefings. Have you gone beyond the security briefings to engage the owners? And if that is done, what measures are you putting in place so that sooner or later you can reopen those radio stations?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Minister, I haven't authorized the shutdown of 4 radio stations. I've authorized the shutdown of 1. In 2023, I wasn't Minister, but that was when there was the decision to shut down the 4 radio stations. I'm not privy to the reasons that were given to the then Minister to warrant the shutdown in 2023 of the 4. However, what I am privy to is the fact that the 4 radio stations signed a bond of good behavior, which I have records of at the NCA. I cannot speak to what the national security considerations were then, but since I became Minister, we've had to shut down just 1, giving the national security implications of the commentary on that radio station. I thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know you miss me, I know. But Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister for the answers he's given to this House. Just to say that there seems to be a growing interference in the work of the NCA. We know that the minister is supposed to give policy directions to the NCA and all of that. But even in the workings of the NCA, there seems to be a lot of ministerial interference, which is affecting the independence. Oh, please, it's a question. Take your time. Which seems to be affecting the independence of the NCA. Because Section 5(2) of the Electronics Act clearly states, please allow me, are you the one, Chair? States that the minister shall not interfere with the day-to-day administration
Honorable
of the
member,
authority.
you are violating Standing Order 88.
So, Mr. Speaker, to my question, I want to find out from the minister why the excessive interference from his office to the NCA, and if it does not appreciate the fact that it's affecting the independence of the regulatory body. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, is your question emanating from the question numbered 6A?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it has to do with the issuance of letters from the minister's office, even revoking licenses.
Honorable member, let's look at the question together to ask the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations the circumstances that necessitated the closure of the following radio stations. This has nothing completely to do with interference, so I will advise you to file a fresh question. Thank you very much. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, recognizing the role played by the community radio stations, don't you think that the decision to shut these radio stations down was a bit far-fetched?
Yes, honorable minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in fact, given the critical nature of community radio stations, they have a higher duty of responsibility to obey the law and respect the law. The same way members of parliament are expected to be of good behavior because we are called honorable. We are expected to do better than the regular citizen. It's the same way when you have a frequency to broadcast information and shape the minds and inform the people, you must abide by the law. Nobody is above the law. The law is the law. Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Minister, are there plans to allocate more spectrums this year?
Honorable member, the question is on closure.
Yes, so I'm talking about for community radio stations.
Yes. The question that brought the minister to the House is on closure of some radio stations. So if you want to know from the minister the plans to open fresh radio stations, kindly file a fresh question. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Honorable Minister. Clearly from his answers, he has demonstrated that he is expecting strict adherence from these community radio stations when it comes to renewal of licensing. He has also indicated that notice is given 6 months prior to no, notice is first given 6 months prior to renewal. And then you are actually supposed to renew it or submit your applications for renewal 3 months before the expiration. Is it a position that once you submit your application, then you are excluded from the possibility of your radio station being closed down, so that it will be clearer that these community radio stations will actually know that once they submit their applications, then they are free, and that will take away the potentials or possibility of being closed down. And I want to find out from the Minister if there is some sort of assurance in there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, applications can either be accepted or declined. And so the fact that you apply for a renewal does not mean automatic renewal. Because when you are applying, you apply with a certain number of documents. For example, you apply with your tax clearance certificate. You apply to show that you've been paying your taxes. You apply with an audited financial statement. So the application without the complete set of documents in itself makes your application ineffective. However, once you have begun the process before the 90 days, and if you follow my response, for example, with Abo Channel Media House, the Abo Channel Media Station, Multimedia, they began within the 90 days, but were unable to submit all the documentation. They came back to ask the NCA for a waiver, which the NCA declined. If they had met all the documentation within the period, we would not have shut them down. Because even when the waiver was requested and it was declined by the NCA gave them a time frame to submit the required documents. So when you submit before the 90 days, it gives you the opportunity to start the process. But you must make sure you submit completed documentation. Because what I must be clear about is the regulator will not allow you to abuse the system of the system of renewal, such that you just put in an incomplete application to hold the hand of the regulator and continue broadcasting when your documentation is not complete. If you apply for renewal, we would check the documents. If they are up to date, we will renew it. If they are not complete, you'll be given a timeline to submit your completed documents. I thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, just a follow-up question. So by your answer, is there a specified period and in law that is required of the NCA to consider your application when you submit them? Do you have a specified period, or is it open-ended, that they have the luxury of time to consider your application anytime they please?
Honorable Member, your question is, if the application is submitted, is there a time period within which the NCA is supposed to look at the application? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 90 days. That's why you are asked to apply 90 days, at least 90 days before the expiration, so that at the time your license is expiring, the NCA would have completed its processes and renewed your license. Because do not forget that the fact that you operate even one day without a valid license is a breach of the law. And a typical example of that is Asasi Radio, which operated for a period of about 10 weeks in 2024 after their license had expired, and only did an application 10 weeks later. It means in that 10 weeks, they were operating illegally without a license. So 90 days is the period. You apply, we renew, and then you have a transition. Thank you.
Honourable members, may we move to another urgent question, also standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Apanyo Makins, Member of Parliament for Efutu. Do you equally have the authority?
Yes, I do, Speaker.
I'll permit you to ask the question.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communications, Digital Technology Innovations, the immediate cybersecurity measures being implemented on digital platforms following the hacking of President Mahama's X account on the 18th of March, 2025. I thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
On 16th March 2025, the Twitter or X account of President John Dramani Mahama was used to publish promotional content for a fraudulent Solana-based cryptocurrency, Solana Africa. The published tweets falsely implied the president's endorsement of a meme token investment opportunity. Our investigations at the Cybersecurity Authority strongly indicate that the breach resulted from a social engineering attack targeting a public relations handler responsible for managing the president's account. Rather than direct account compromise, attackers exploited human vulnerabilities, tricking the handler into revealing access credentials or authorizing malicious access through a phishing link. This incident illustrates how human vulnerabilities, not just technical gaps, can expose high-value digital assets. The attackers behind this event leveraged social engineering and not brute force tactics to weaponize the president's brand and influence. The Cybersecurity Authority, as part of the National Set Enhancement Project and financed through the World Bank's Ghana Digital Acceleration Project, has acquired a threat intelligence and digital risk management tool. This tool, when loaded with the profiles of approved government officials, will automate the current manual process of trying to detect and respond to malicious activities involving the accounts of these officials. And Mr. Speaker, at this point, let me segue and repeat that I have made an application to both sides of the House since I became minister. It's been 5 months, requesting that leadership of both sides of the House furnish the ministry with the official social media handles of members of parliament so that the Cybersecurity Authority could work with platform operators to protect their accounts and take out fraudulent accounts. I'm yet to receive one response from both sides of the House. The CSA has also engaged Meta, owners of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, to organize virtual sessions for account managers, for MMDAs, and VIPs like MPs on how to properly set up and manage their social media accounts. Mr. Speaker, the CSA has also planned to organize a cyber hygiene training for government officials to sensitize appointees on the threats, risk, and measures to mitigate these threats to safeguard sensitive personal and government data, as well as other digital assets. The ministry, through the Cybersecurity Authority, is committed to ensuring a secured, robust, and reliable network connectivity to all citizens, and we will work closely with both local and international partners to achieve this. And Mr. Speaker, if I may, there is another question on the order paper today that asks the same thing. I do not know if this answer, giving your discretion, it stands in the name of the Honourable Member of Parliament for Efia Constituency, Mr. Isaac Boama Nyako, if this would also apply to that question.
If your answer will take care of that particular question, when we get there, then you said that your previous answer has taken care of this thing. Yes, a supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I just want to plead with you.
Let's exhaust a supplementary question from the question.
I want to make an intervention before he comes in. The minister has another 5 questions to answer. So I just want to plead with you, if you can limit the supplementary questions to in 1-1, looking at the time.
Very well.
I'm just pleading with you.
Very well. Yes. Chief Whip. Honourable Member. Honourable Member, Please, honorable member, these are issues to be resolved between leadership. You don't put on your microphone to say open tema kwai.
Mr. Speaker, it was an accident. Honestly, it was an accident, Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Please, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, if you indulge me, my good friend, the minister, was expected to answer the question. Then he made some passing comments I find quite interesting. And as the whip of my side, I have not received an official communication to that effect. So if he will reach out to us officially, we will be glad to respond to him duly. In respect of getting social media account, official social media account of members. Yes. Speaker, just for the records. Now, my question will be, were there incidental vulnerabilities that were discovered in respect of the President X account? And if there were any, have you resolved it permanently, or it is work in progress?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all vulnerabilities related to the President's X accounts have been dealt with decisively between the Cybersecurity Authority, the handlers of his account, and the operators of the X platform. No further vulnerabilities exist. Thank you.
So I further wish to know from the minister if the hacking went beyond the President's X account and got into the general digital infrastructure of the country. And if it was the case, can he confirm or deny?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no indication of any compromise of our digital infrastructure as a country. It remains as robust as it has always been. And when it came to the President's account, within 26 hours, we were able to work with the platform operators to recover full control of the account. Thank you.
So,
yes.
I will not seek the opinion of the minister, because that offends our rules. On the 26 hours, I put it to the minister that for a whole ministry to use 26 hours to secure or contain.
Then, in that case, you are violating Standing Order 88.
So, would you listen to me?
Well, the way you have started, you asked me whether would that offend the rules or not. Let me provide a guideline based on which you can proceed. 88.7. A member in asking a question shall not address the House, raise any argument, C, offer an opinion. So you may proceed to ask the question, being guided by Order 88.7.
Thank you. Speaker, the minister says his outfit used 24 hours to, was it 26? 6 hours in containing the situation. Does it appreciate these number of hours as excessive in terms of the fact that it had to do with the first gentleman of the land? Does it appreciate it as excessive hours used in containing the situation?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the platforms are not owned and managed locally. They're not owned by Ghana. X is owned by its majority shareholder, Elon Musk. Mr. Speaker, within 3 hours of the breach, and my answer was that it took us 26 hours to get full control of the account. But within 3 hours, we had reached out to our point of contact in X, and X had immediately taken control of the account. However, the standard operating procedure is that they will do an analysis of the breach to determine whether it was a social engineering attack or a system vulnerability. Now, that is the preserve of the platform operator. And so they had to do their work, do their analysis, and we involved, because of the individual involved, the first gentleman of the land, we involved law enforcement, both here in Ghana and in the US. And so the FBI also got involved in the case. And so all of that had to be cleared before full control was reissued to Ghana or to the handlers of the president. So it's not that for 26 hours there was no control, but that's the time it took for the platform operators to finish their own threat analysis and restore control. And this is something anybody who's used Facebook, which is another platform, when your account, you make a complaint, at times it takes about 48 hours for them to do their own analysis and get back to you. That's outside of our control. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker,
supplementary question number 5.
I'm still within the provisions of 89.3.
Yes, you should ask 5.
Speaker, can the minister confirm as an afterthought that measures have been put in place to forestall the reoccurrence of such incidents? Not just the president, but generally.
An afterthought of? Let me get your question clear.
As an aftermath of what happened,
yes,
has he considered measures to forestall the reoccurrence?
Okay, the word is aftermath.
Yes.
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, we have taken adequate measure to ensure that the handlers of the president's accounts and by extension all government officials, and if we work with Parliament, all public officers of Parliament will have their accounts protected. And I stated that we had just secured a threat intelligence tool under the GDAP program to boost our capabilities as a country handling such occurrences. So yes, we have taken adequate measure post the event. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the efforts by the Cybersecurity Unit of Ghana to retrieve the account of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana. Just to say that the account was hacked, the account was hacked in March, April, May, June. And the minister assures us that they've taken adequate measures to prevent further hacking of the president's account. But is the minister aware that X provides a special verification for persons like the president? There's a grave verification. As we speak, since the day the president's account was hacked, the president still has a blue verification, which means that somebody just paid for it. And
honorable member, what is your question?
So my question is that what steps is he taking to get the president a grave verification, the very thing that he intends to do for members of parliament? Thank you very much.
Very well. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. There is no difference in the security architecture for blue ticks or gray ticks. There's no difference. When you look at the security measures for blue-ticked accounts, gray-ticked accounts, yellow-ticked accounts, it's the same level of security architecture that X provides to all of those verifications. All it does, the color coding does, is to identify one as a public officer, one as a corporate institution, and one as a politically exposed person. It is the decision of the handlers of the president at this point in time to maintain the blue tick. But that in no way compromises the security architecture around it. And let me reiterate the fact that the Cybersecurity Authority is on top of its brief relative to the president's social media handles. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Minister, does His Excellency the President manage the account by himself?
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Honourable Minister.
My understanding is that that is a matter of national security, and so I'm unable to answer. Thank you.
Honourable Member, let me read the relevant rules. Any other member may be allowed to ask not more than 2 supplementary questions. So you may be allowed. It's not an automatic right. We feel I am entitled to. It's not your entitlement. You may be allowed. So that is up to the discretion of the Speaker. Honourable members, let's move to question number 6C, standing in the name of Honourable Patricia Piaget, Member of Parliament for Asokwa.
Speaker, fortified with Order 88.3, if respectfully I have your leave to ask the questions on behalf of, because she is directed, I have the authority.
Honourable Member, Order 88.3 cannot fortify you. If you have the authority, say so.
Speaker, I have the authority, and I ask permission to ask.
Based on the authority, permission is granted.
Very well, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation the projected timeline for the completion and full operationalization of the Digital Youth Village, DYV project at the University of Ghana, which is currently at 70% completion. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Digital Youth Village is a center of excellence for digital entrepreneurship and youth skill development. This center will connect policy, academia, and industry through hands-on training and business incubation, creating an environment where Ghanaian youth can thrive in the digital economy. The DYV will operate through 5 thematic and specialized hubs, each addressing a critical sector of digital transformation, as outlined in the digital economy policy: agri-tech, health tech, edu-tech, e-commerce, and fintech. The expected completion time for physical construction is September 2025. The expected time for operationalization is October 2025. The Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation has requested for and are awaiting commitment authorization from the Ministry of Finance to pay outstanding IPCs submitted by the consultant. Government is currently auditing the project as part of the audit of projects from the previous government. This has affected IPC 6, 7, and 8. IPC 9 and 10 have also since been submitted by the consultant for processing. Once these IPCs are paid, the contractor can complete the work as scheduled by September 2025. The ministry is hopeful that operationalization can commence within the new academic year. And as part of the budget approved by this House, an amount in excess of 80 million Ghana cedis has been approved for the completion of this project. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
So, Mr. Speaker, so I want to be clear. Is the Honourable Minister saying that we would have to make payments of the IPCs raised before there will be full commitment towards the completion of the project? You indicated that there are some IPCs which have been raised. And I'm asking, do we need those IPCs paid? Are they supposed to be paid before we would have a completion of this project?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the IPCs are basically the certificates for work done. And so the contractor has done that work, and we need to pay him so that he can complete the remaining 30%. The money and funds are available. awaiting, but the new regime at the Ministry of Finance is that you cannot commit any resource without a commencement warrant, signed by the Minister of Finance. That warrant request has gone from the ministry because we've certified the IPCs 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. However, the Ministry of Finance is auditing all projects that were ongoing under the previous administration. And that is what has held this commencement warrant from being issued. Once it is issued, the ministry will be able to write to controller to pay those IPCs, and then we'll get the project back on track. Our understanding is before the middle of July, the audit would have been completed, we would have gotten our commencement warrant, and that's why we have the September and October timelines to complete the project. I thank you.
Any further question?
That is so. Honourable Minister, in case we are not able to have the commitment warrants fully issued, do we have any alternatives in ensuring that this project will still go on and get completed, as you indicated that the next academic year it should be ready?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry is confident, given our engagements with the Ministry of Finance, that we will be given the commitment authorization anytime soon, and that this will complete. But let me be clear that the Digital Youth Village is not to be used for academic work of the university. It's going to be a center of excellence owned by the Ministry of Communications, because it's coming out of our budget, but academic support will come from the university for the various trainings we want to use, because the DYV is going to be one of our centers of excellence for the 1 Million Coders program, and some of our faculty will come from the university. And so it has no bearing on the university's academic work, because those are centers of excellence in the 5 tech areas: fintech, edutech, health tech, agri-tech, and e-commerce. Thank you.
Speaker,
Yes.
I want to thank the Honourable Minister for indulging me.
Thank you, honourable members. Let's move to question number 6D, standing in the name of Nana Ampao Kwame Adofrimpong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation the circumstances surrounding the sudden dismissal of 5 zonal managers of the National Communications Authority in Kufuridia, Ho, Takrade, Bolegatanga, and Tamale zonal offices.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, per Section 19 of the NCA Act 2008 Act 769, officers and staff of the NCA shall be appointed by the President in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution. As Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations, acting on the authority of the President, I terminated the appointment of the 5 senior managers heading the NCA zonal offices in Kufuridia, Ho, Takrady, Bolgatanga, and Tamale on 11th March 2025. The NCA has subsequently paid all the separation benefits to the former staff in line with the NCA's HR Policy Manual 2017. Mr. Speaker, the 5 staff, after collecting their separation benefits, have now gone to sue the NCA in court. Because the matter is before court, I shall refrain from any further comment on the matter. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity again.
Honourable Member, in view of the fact that the Minister indicated the matter is in court, therefore he will not comment on it, you want to proceed to ask a further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, my question has nothing to do with the matter before court. I just need confirmation from the minister that the president, is it the president that asked him to dismiss the 5 zonal managers? That is all. Thank you very much.
Yes, honorable minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the president swore me into office, I took 3 oaths. The oath of secrecy, the oath of allegiance, and the oath of a minister of state. Communication between the president and myself is bound by the oath of secrecy. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of...
Please.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
You have no opportunity of asking another supplementary question. So let me give the floor to Honorable Befi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Records, and this is the Parliament of Ghana. I think we have a responsibility towards our constituents and Ghanaians in general. We want the minister, with your leave, to answer the specific questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Honorable member, in view of the fact that I understand what the classified information is, I'm unable to grant the leave.
Yes, Speaker. Can I please, Mr. Speaker, can I please ask another subsequent question, please?
No, you are entitled to one supplementary question.
No, let me just ask one, just one, sir.
One supplementary question. Please, let's move to item numbered 6E. Standing in the name of Honorable Charles Isuako Uredu, Member of Parliament for Ibrim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation to provide details on the terms of the agreement with Canada-based Rectron Group for the acquisition of a 60% stake in AT Ghana, including the financial valuation, safeguards for national interest, and measures to ensure that the deal enhances telecommunications infrastructure and affordability for Ghanaians. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Parliament may recall, the government of Ghana in 2021 acquired 100% shareholding in the joint venture vehicle called AT Ghana. In acquiring the company, the Akufo-Addo-led government accepted liability in excess of $200 million. This debt has negatively impacted the operations and viability of AT Ghana and inhibited growth of any kind. Since assumption of office as minister in February this year, I have set out to meet the creditors of AT Ghana to restructure the debt portfolio and determine the future of the company. My office has received a number of proposals and have studied same. In May this year, the ministry signed an MOU with Messrs. Afritel Rectron to explore the possibility of a partnership arrangement for the management of the company. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has not entered into any agreement with Canada-based Rectron Group. And so, in direct response to the question, I am unable to provide any details, as there is no agreement to provide details on. Thank you.
Yes, supplementary question.
Mr. Minister, per the MOU that you've signed with Rectron, can you tell us if the company, Rectron, do have any track record in the communications space? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as this is an ongoing engagement between the representatives of the ministry, Messrs. KPMG, and Afritel Rectron, and again, it's not Rectron. There is Rectron as a company, but the consortium that is dealing with the ministry on an MOU is called Afritel Rectron. I'm unable to go into the specifics of or pass judgment on the capabilities of a partner we are in conversation with. That will be acting in bad faith. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Minister, in your earlier answer, you did say that AT is indebted to the tune of about $200 million. Are we sure that with the coming in, if the MOU if the final agreement is signed with this company will be able to invest in AT in such a way that AT can stand on its feet and then match companies like the MTN?
Yes, honourable minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the challenging situation of AT is testament to the poor governance that we saw in the sector for 8 years. The fact that two viable thriving companies that were handed over to the MPP administration after 8 years were brought to their knees with $200 million of debt. I can assure you that any decision that I take as minister will be in the best interest of the company and the Ghanaian taxpayer. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Minister, in your earlier answer, you also did say that this new company that you've signed an MOU with is Afritel Rectron. This company, Afritel Rectron, do they have any track record in Ghana in the communication space?
Yes, honourable minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I wish to seek clarity from you. I was asked to come and answer a question on what the details of a 60% agreement were. Now I'm being asked to speak about a partner in that agreement and pass judgment on them.
Honourable Minister, you introduced the African Rectron. So the question is based on what you have introduced. If you do not have the answer available, you can say so.
No, Mr. Speaker, I introduced Afritel Rectron as the entity we have signed an MOU with, which is the question I was asked. Yes. So we've signed an MOU with Afritel Rectron. I believe that the issues of what their track record are issues of public knowledge and can be verified from the Office of Registrar of Companies.
Very well.
Thank you.
If that is your answer, we'll take it to be your answer. Yes. Honourable members, let's move to regular questions. Item numbered 7. Question number 142, standing in the name of Mr. Isaac Boama Nyako, Efia. MP for Efia. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come under Order 8083. I have the authority by the Honourable Member to ask the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, the circumstances that led to the hacking of the account of the President of Ghana and what efforts have been made to avoid its future occurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, I think the answer to this question is similar to the previous answer provided. So, do we still take the answer? Yes.
Speaker, this House interpretation of the rules is in your motion, but if I may do a reasonable deduction.
Very well.
My question was an urgent question, and hence, by practice, the answers would not be published in the order paper. However, his question is different. His question is a normal question, so to speak. However, since the content is the same, Speaker, may you direct that the answers should be probably given to the member so that he can appreciate, because he read it as an urgent question, and the answers were not provided in the...
Yes, and he even indicated
yes.
that in view of the fact that the answers that he's providing will be the same answer to question number 142, should he take the two together? Then I indicated to the minister that when we get there, we would address the issue. So it's already gone into the record that the answers which are being provided to the question that you asked would as well answer question number 142. Can we make progress?
Certainly, yes, Speaker.
Yes.
We should make progress.
So question numbered 238. Standing in the name of Honorable Peter Lanchiri Tobu, Member of Parliament for Wa West. Yes, Honorable James Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, may I ask the question on behalf of the Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobu? He's instructed me to do so on his behalf.
Well, we don't base it on instruction, and I cannot grant my leave based on instruction.
Authority.
Very well.
I am guided, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. If you have his authority, permission is granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations when the over 50 communities, which include the following, will have network connectivity. I, Dabo, I, Gurungu, I, Ku, Chili, Yiri, V, Vieri, V, Lase.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, even before I answer, I want to crave the indulgence of the constituents of Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobu to forgive any possible butchering of the pronunciation of the community names. But GIFEC, the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communication, has completed the construction of 9 sites in Kekelepari, Sanuri, Banpama, Donye, Jagu, Nirekuting, Lasia Tolu, Benrinyasi, and Wechao Bao. These sites are currently on air, and the communities will have mobile network coverage when the sites are completed. Mr. Speaker, 6 other sites in the Ponyamairi, Kekelepari, Dalinyiri, Kandeo, Kuzie, and Wokora have been built, integrated, and operationalized. Mr. Speaker, the details of the status of the 5 communities mentioned in the question are as follows. Gurungu and Kukiliyiri. These sites have been constructed, integrated, and are pending operationalization. Lasie, there is no record on Lasie as of now. A site has, however, been constructed at Lasie Tolu, which is on air. Vieri, this site has been surveyed and acquired for construction. Materials for the construction are ready and will be moved to the site for construction work to begin. And then 5, Dabo. This community has not yet been captured by GIFEC. Mr. Speaker, a drive test exercise will be arranged to capture this community and many other communities in the district for simulation and subsequent planning and deployment. GIFEC is currently working with the contractor and its subcontractors to ensure all sites are completed and operationalized by the end of the year 2025. GIFEC remains committed to improving communication infrastructure in the Wa West district and the country at large. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Wa West, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the efforts he's making towards ensuring that the communities listed get connectivity. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, question time has ended. On behalf of the House, I express our sincere gratitude to the Minister responsible for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation. Honourable Minister, thank you very much for attending upon the House, your own House, and answering questions. You are hereby discharged. Yes, Majority Leader.
Which one? We'll take 11, a procedural motion. After that, your Speaker will indulge us. We'll take a commemorative statement.
Very well. Yes.
Speaker, he should start off with the procedural motion and take the substantive motion before we go to statement. The procedural motion will just pave way for the substantive motion. We don't have to do the procedural motion and go back to statement and come back to the substantive. Mr. Majority Leader, you don't want government business to be done. Speaker, is it the case that the Majority Leader is stalling government
Honourable
business?
Member, item numbered 12 is consequent upon 11.
Yes,
so
Speaker,
once 11 is taken, it's a matter of course. We'll take
Speaker,
item number
he
12.
made an application earlier. He made an earlier application that he would rather prefer the respected...
I am clear in my mind
Speaker,
what he
you
was
listen to
talking
me.
about.
Speaker, I'm your friend. No?
Yes, I know
listen
you are
to
my
me.
very good
His
friend.
application was that he should make the procedural motion, application for the procedural motion. When it is done, then we'll go and take statement before we come to the main substantive motion. What is that?
I didn't get
And I'm
it that
questioning
way.
whether the government...
Well, we have to exhaust this item, 11 and 12.
Speaker, can you listen
Then
to
we
me?
come to statement.
Speaker, can you listen to me? Is it the case that the Majority Leader is sabotaging government business? Is that the case?
Yes, Majority Leader.
The chairman has given clear indications that if he's allowed to take all his motions, he will leave the chamber and then government business will stall. Government business includes making important statements, commemorative statements. So we will do the procedural motion, we will take the statement, and then we'll come back.
Item number 11 at page 4 of today's order paper. Motion, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Regulations 2025 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Honourable members, motion numbered 12. Chairman of the committee, you may now move motion number 12.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts a report on the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, I present the committee's report and ask that the Hansa Department captures the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, The background to these regulations, that's the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Regulations 2025, is being enacted to support the effective implementation of the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Act 2020, Act 1015, together with the Companies Act 2019, Act 992, and the Chartered Institute of Restructuring and Insolvency Practitioners Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this LI is fundamentally to establish clear thresholds for determining a company's inability to pay its debt or fulfill other financial obligations, Mr. Speaker. It also sets out the procedures for convening a meeting of creditors and a watershed meeting. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it outlines the purposes for the appointment, removal, resignation, and replacement of insolvency practitioners, prescribes the necessary reporting mechanisms, and addresses any additional matters required to ensure the effective implementation of the provisions of this Act. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 7 deals with the prelaying considerations of this instrument, and the committee concluded that in the light of the aforementioned, it was satisfied that the instrument meets the legal requirements as specified in the relevant laws, and accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report for the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Regulations 2025 to come into force in accordance with Article 11.7 of the 1992 Constitution. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Motion, move, report presented, and is seconded.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the report before the House. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the committee members, especially
Candidate second the motion, then you can contribute to the
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well.
By so doing, I want to contribute to the
That is so.
report. Mr. Speaker, I just want to admonish the chair of the committee and the committee members to go beyond presenting of this report to the House and find time to educate the public. Because we can't just pass the law and leave the law in the shelves and people may not take advantage of the law. We all know what happened in the financial sector. People will go and invest in the institutions. They don't even know that they are winding up. They don't even know that they have liquidity issues. If they know and there's education, the companies themselves will file for insolvency. So when they file for liquidation, people will get their investment back. But they don't know, they will sit there and there's a run on the institutions. By the end of the day, all their investments will go waste. So we can't just pass the law and leave the law to just remain in the shelves. Let's also do education. Let's help our people. Though the executive is there to do the implementation.
Deputy Whip, I understand that there is the need to educate the general public on the laws passed. But is it the responsibility of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to do?
Mr. Speaker,
because you are urging the chairman and the committee to do that.
The responsibility rests on all of us, but they can take the lead so that we will help them execute that project. Because people will ask you, who passed the law? We passed the law. And they will tell you, we don't know the existence of the law that you passed. So you can't say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Let's help our people. That's what we have voted for. We are here representing the people. Let's give them the right information so that they will benefit from the work we do here. But you pass the law, and we are not giving true meaning to the law. By the end of the day, what have we done to ourselves? So let's also help the people, because number one issue that happened, if he himself knew and the company was registered, he will file for liquidation and insolvency, and people get their investment. Now, thousands of people have died because of irresponsibility on the part of management. Yes. Capital Bank and the rest. Because people don't know that if they put in the application, there will be some mitigating effect on them. If you travel outside the country, this is what people do. They change names of companies, file for liquidation and insolvency, and they get people's investment for them. Let them take advantage over the law so that by the end of the day, they say, incoming. You were part of this ninth parliament that passed the law. that passed the law to safeguard our investment and our interests. Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily I noted the guidance from the majority leader, but I'm commenting principally for 3 reasons, so that our new members of parliament can learn through your guide what is it that is called subsidiary legislation, or what is it that is called a regulation. And Chairman, to thank the chair of the committee, at least for being proactive in reporting back to this House. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the past, we've had instances where regulations are late. The report is not even provided for the House at least to have a bite and make consequential guidance. And, Mr. Speaker, as noted by the chair of the committee, one of the principal responsibilities of the Committee of Subsidiary Legislation, which has been satisfied in this instance, under the Constitution, is whether the regulation is consistent with the provisions of the Parent Act, and whether the regulations and the Parent Act are respecting the tenets of the provisions of the 1992 Constitution. I've noted that they have provided for all that. And then in particular, Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the regulation is carefully provided for under Regulations 1. And then for our learners, Article 11.7 of the Constitution, for those who have studied law, we describe it as the hierarchy of the laws in order of significance or importance, the Constitution, enactments, orders, rules, and regulations. But, Mr. Speaker, 11.7 says that any order, rule, or regulation made by a person or authority under a power conferred by this Constitution or any other law shall be laid before Parliament. It's been laid, published in the Gazette. So again, for our new members of Parliament, normally when a bill is introduced, you go to the back page and see whether it's been gazetted or not. And it's for 2 important reasons. Yesterday, the leadership were debating it. It's whether a bill, even though this is a regulation, so there's a difference between a bill and a regulation, is whether a bill laid before Parliament satisfies the requirement of Article 106 of the Constitution, explanatory memorandum and other issues. We take it for granted. And yesterday, the leader tried to resolve it. But what is important for members of Parliament is that it shall not come into force or at the expiration of 21 sitting days after being so late, unless Parliament, by the expiration of the 21 days, annuls the order. So the only power we have here is that we can annul, but we can only annul with a vote of not less than 2/3. So that once it is laid, Mr. Speaker, as you used to observe in your last life at the other side, you were one of the expertise in this area, is whether there can be correction
to a regulation once it's laid before the House. And we've been guided by the reference you've always made to the Supreme Court ruling on the matter. So, Mr. Speaker, finally, on the content itself, Mr. Speaker, there are many companies in Ghana, even today, that are in distress, and I hope that colleagues will tolerate me. It's not to do politics. If you were a company in 2019 or 2021, and you went in to borrow at the exchange rate of $6 to $1, by 2023-24, the same $6 from $18 million became $36 million. Naturally, that company would be in distress. And that company is likely to be cited for liquidation or insolvency. Now, with this law, you are giving hope to many of those entities that know, undertake some restructuring and see whether you can. So that's why the performance of government has some significance on how the private sector and corporate entities survive and thrive. So if you took a loan in 2019 at $6, 18 million times $3 million, the same $3 million, because of exchange rate differentials, became $32 million. How is any company going to work and pay that? This provides an opportunity that no, it is not the doing of the company. It is not. Therefore, give the company an opportunity in order to be able to have life. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Very well. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes.
We'll take the statement. The
yes.
Commemorative one on the World Drugs Day.
Very well. Honorable members, today marks an International Day against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. We have 4 statements on the subject matter, and I crave your indulgence to take the 4 statements together so that we can comment on it, since they are all on the same subject matter. Yes, Minority Chief.
Speaker, I have no objection to the taking of the statement. However, I wish to know the members in whose name the statement stands. Because, Speaker, ordinarily we should have been aware, maybe at conclave, and then we can get members to contribute meaningfully to this statement. This is coming as a surprise. I have no objection.
Well,
but if I know the members,
I'll go over it. The one statement stands in the name of Godwin Animli Dogbaji Dorani. This statement was admitted on 23rd day of June 2025. We also have a statement standing in the name of Jerry Ahmed Shaib, Member of Parliament for Weja, Bawe constituency. His statement was admitted since 11th day of June 2025. Then we also have another statement in the name of Haruna Mohammed, admitted on 23rd day of June 2025. Then the last one, a name is not here. By Honorable Member for Binduri, Honorable Mahmoud. So, Honorable Chief Whip, these are the 4 statements before me. I will then proceed to give the floor.
Speaker, if you may, you may.
Yes.
It's your kind indulgence, if I may respectfully refer you to Order 93A, and with your leave, if I may read. The clerk shall make available to members copies of admitted statements. And Speaker, you had advised that we should all position ourselves to ensuring that we we enforce the provision of the standing orders. We are clearly in breach. We are clearly in breach. Members don't have copies. I'm not sure the clerks at table have copies.
Very well.
If it is your decision, your decision.
Yes, if you look at the statement, I admit the statement transmitted to the clerks. So I can hold brief for them.
Speaker, we should indulge to ensure that the provisions in the orders are enforced. Without adding more, I think we can proceed.
So, clerks, be making enough copies of the statement available for members. I will then proceed to give the floor to Haruna Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to address this August House. Today, the 26th of June 2025, we join the global community in commemorating the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, or World Drug Day, designated by the United Nations General Assembly. In Ghana, this issue is particularly pressing as the alarming rise in substance abuse among our youth demands immediate and decisive action. Mr. Speaker, the global drug crisis affects millions, with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime reporting that nearly 200 million people use illicit drugs worldwide, including cannabis, cocaine, opioids, and synthetic substances. Less than 1/5 of those affected receive adequate treatment. In Ghana, the situation is dire. According to 2023 study by the Ghana Health Service and the Mental Health Authority, approximately 1.25 million Ghanaians grapple with drug-related issues, with marijuana, tramadol, codeine, and synthetic opioids being the most prevalent. A 2024 study by the Department of Children, Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, revealed that 7% of adolescents aged between 10 and 7 reported lifetime alcohol use. With increasing experimentation with substances like tramadol, shockingly, the Mental Health Authority noted in 2023 that 3,765 cases of mental disorders were linked to alcohol and 5,554 to other psychoactive substances, predominantly affecting the 20 to 34 age group, with children as young as 10 to 14 presenting substance-related conditions. Mr. Speaker, a disturbing social media trend known as Unim Red, or Red 225, has emerged, linked to the abuse of an unlicensed combination of tapentadol and carisoprodol, known as Super Royal 225. This dangerous substance poses severe risk, including seizures, respiratory distress, and death. Video of youth, some in school uniforms, engaging in substance use have proliferated on social media, normalizing the perilous behavior and amplifying the crisis. Ghana's current rehabilitation infrastructure is woefully inadequate. Facilities like Pantine Hospital, Accra Psychiatric Hospital, and Ankafo Psychiatric Hospital are overstretched, with limited capacity to meet the growing demand for counseling, detoxification, rehabilitation. Access to residential rehabilitation, particularly in Accra and other regions, remains severely constrained. Mr. Speaker, to address this public health crisis and align with the global call for action, I propose the following urgent measures. 1, establishment of regional rehabilitation centers. The creation of well-funded, state-of-the-art rehabilitation centers in every region, staffed with trained professionals to provide comprehensive care, including detoxification, counseling, and reintegration programs. 2, strengthen public awareness campaign. Intensify nationwide campaigns through traditional media, community outreach, and social media to educate the public on the dangers of substance abuse. Number 3, regulation and monitoring of harmful substances and trends. collaborate with the Narcotics Control Commission, Food and Drugs Authority, and cybersecurity agencies to regulate the sale of prescription of drugs like tramadol and monitor social media platforms to curb the spread of harmful trends. And the final one is investment in data-driven policies. Leverage research and data collection, as emphasized by this year's team, to inform targeted interventions, drawing inspiration from global successes like Portugal's model of prioritizing treatment over punishment. Mr. Speaker, the escalating rate of drug abuse among Ghanaian youth threatens the future of our nation. On this International Drug Day, let us reaffirm our commitment to people-centered approach that prioritizes prevention, rehabilitation, and elimination of stigma. The time to act is now. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address this critical issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will then give the floor to Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, Esquire.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to draw the attention of this august House to a pressing national issue. Mr. Speaker, the alarming surge in drug abuse among Ghana's youth, with particular emphasis on the widespread misuse of tramadol 225 mg, commonly referred to in the street vernacular as Red. Mr. Speaker, this drug, originally intended for critical and clinical pain relief, has now taken hold of entire communities, particularly in Accra and Kumasi. In the ghettos, under the Circle overpass, around riversides, and the infamous enclave of Columbia in Kofrom, Kumasi. Red has become the new street king. It is devastating to witness vibrant young Ghanaians lose their futures to addiction. Mr. Speaker, Red is not just a tablet. It has become a trap, one dragging down the energy, creativity, and promise of our youth. Mr. Speaker, what makes this situation even more troubling is that many of those affected express a genuine desire to seek help and recover. However, they face significant barriers in accessing treatment. The high cost of rehabilitation services remains a substantial obstacle, with fees reportedly reaching as high as 3,000, amounts far beyond the means of most affected youth, many of whom are unemployed, school dropouts, orphans, engaged in hand-to-mouth activities. Mr. Speaker, I wish to acknowledge the commendable efforts of Mr. Godwin Asidiba, a broadcast journalist, for his documentary on drug abuse in Ghana, and Mr. Kwame Bequin, my constituency youth organizer, for his Wunim Red campaign. I also wish to acknowledge Honorable Suhum Protozua for his contribution on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has helped shed light on the crisis. These initiatives have been very instrumental in raising public awareness and fostering critical discourse on drug abuse among the youth. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the battle against drug abuse cannot be won by the government alone. I therefore make a clarion call to, first, the Ministry of Health to expand access to affordable community-based rehabilitation services and intensify street campaigns and public education programs on drug abuse prevention and treatment. Existing facilities such as the Accra Psychiatric Hospital and Pantine Psychiatric Hospital should be expanded and should be made more youth-friendly and easily accessible. Mr. Speaker, the Food and Drugs Authority should also strengthen their regulatory frameworks governing the importation, distribution, and retail of tramadol and other controlled substances, with improved enforcement mechanisms. I commend the Chief Executive Officer of the authority for efforts made thus far, and I encourage the authority to continue strictly enforcing existing regulations. Third, religious institutions, faith-based organizations, and traditional authorities play a proactive role in rehabilitation and reintegration efforts, using their influence to drive anti-drug messages within communities. Fourth, civil society and non-governmental organizations to partner with the government in providing recovery support and creating alternative pathways that give addicted youth hope and purpose. Mr. Speaker, lastly, to my honorable colleagues, let us extend a helping hand to the young people in our respective constituencies. Let us organize regular health talks and outreach programs to identify and support victims of drug abuse. To parents, guardians, siblings, and family members, I urge you not to turn away from relatives struggling with addiction. Instead, support them where possible. Refer them to the appropriate authorities and health agencies for timely intervention and rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, we must treat this crisis not merely as a law enforcement issue, but as a public health emergency. Let us act with urgency, and let us reclaim our youth. Let us protect Ghana's future, and let us stop red. Wunim red. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honourable Mahmood, Member of Parliament for Bunduri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to contribute my quota on this World International Day on Drug Abuse and illicit transactions. Trafficking, sorry, Your Lordship, Mr. Speaker. June 26th has been proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 1987 as a day to remind countries across the globe about the debilitating impact of drug abuse and the illicit trafficking, calling on all of us to take deliberate action to stem its devastating tides. The relevance of the theme for this year's commemoration is the evidence is clear. Invest in prevention. It's timely and instructive within the content of what we are witnessing of drug abuse and its raving impact in our communities. Drug abuse and illicit trafficking remains a persistent threat to the Ghanaian society. The menace is destroying families, eroding the moral fabric of our youth and future generations, fueling crime in our communities, and burdening our health infrastructure and budget as a country. The fight against drug abuse and illicit trafficking is not one for the government alone, but a shared responsibility across the segments of our society involving families, communities, civil society, individuals, and the media. The Ghanaian story may not be markedly different from the peers across the continent, where we are witnessing worrying trends of rising addiction among young people, increasing availability of synthetic and hard drugs, the activities of local as well as international trafficking networks, exploiting the vulnerabilities of our young people, Mr. Speaker. As a country with a youthful population, the challenges of drug abuse and illicit trafficking conspires to undermine our national development pace. It actually compromises our peace and security as a country. Laws or criminal justice operations and policies alone will not be sufficient to resolve the menace. We must be concerned about the intentionally addressing the social drivers of drug abuse and illicit trafficking. And illicit trafficking drivers such as poverty, unemployment, trauma, lack of opportunity, and ensuring that every citizen, especially our young people, have access to the support and education they need to make informed choices in their lives. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, remains very committed to the development and empowerment of young people, and therefore is marshalling the required determination to fight drug abuse and illicit trafficking on all fronts. The strategy, Mr. Speaker, is on the reset agenda in preventing this menace of drug abuse and illicit trafficking. In this regard, revolves around a strong inter-agency collaboration where the Ministry of Health and all other relevant agencies, including border and port authorities, have been activated and placed on the lookout for these drugs, their peddlers, and collaborators across the country. Mr. Speaker, the government is also investing in the youth empowerment programs such as the Ajumawura program, the 1 Million Coders program, youth apprenticeship program, and the various youth employment models being rolled out by the Youth Employment Agency, in bracket YE. All of these initiatives are intentionally aimed at rechanneling the passion and energies of our young people into productive ventures. Mr. Speaker, the government is also looking at mainstreaming community initiatives of volunteer groups against drug abuse, especially the recent initiative started by the youth in Nima. We shall strive to ensure that such initiatives operate with regular state security supervision and within the confines of due process of law. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recall on all Ghanaians, especially we, the members of this August House, to use this day to pause and reflect on the devastations that the problem of drug abuse and illicit trafficking wreaks on our young people. Young people and join me to say no to drug abuse, no to trafficking, and yes to the protection of life, the health and dignity of our young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this wonderful opportunity.
Honourable members, order. It's now the turn of Honourable Godwin, and namely Dogbaji Dorani. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to give this statement on the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. Right Honourable Speaker, the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking is observed on June 26 globally every year. This year, the slogan for the event is Breaking the Chains, Prevention, Treatment, and Recovery for All. On this day, we are invited to not relent on our responsibility to protect our communities, especially our youth, from crippling effect of drug abuse. Mr. Speaker, the World Drug Report 2024 shows that globally, the prevalence rate of opioid abuse is 1.15% and 1.26% in Africa. Also, the data indicate that trend change shows that there is large increase, more than 10%, in opioid abuse in Ghana. In terms of prevalence, opioid ranked third after cannabis, cocaine, respectively. Mr. Speaker, in recent time, the future of our nation has been under serious attack. The phenomenon of drug abuse, now than ever, exhibits enormous danger. The alarming rate of devastation and destruction we all observe in the youth, in the street and ghetto within our constituencies is very worrying. Mr. Speaker, the infamous slogan, Unim Red, in the Ghanaian streets and public places speak volumes. The pharmaceutical drugs known as Red 225, originally made to manage pains, is now a source of pain in some cycles of our society due to abuse. On the 28th of May 2025, Mr. Speaker, I watched a documentary aired on TV3 entitled Hooked on Red. I am more than convinced that our human resource is under siege. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, given the rate of destruction the abuse of pharmaceutical opioid is inflicting on our youth, it can be likened to silent epidemic which would bring the future of the nation to a standstill. The very future we seek to build by dint of hard work will be of no use. I would like to urge this August House to pay attention to this phenomenon and fight it with all the energy it deserves. I also want to invite all well-meaning Ghanaians, from the media practitioners, religious leaders, traditional leaders, to join in the move by the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment to wage
into the campaign Red Means Stop, while reassuring the youth of better days ahead. On this note, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the floor is now open for comments.
Let me give you soft copy.
Honourable James Agalga, you have the floor.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by 4 of our colleagues in commemoration of World Drug Day. Mr. Speaker, illicit drug trafficking in this country is a major problem that has to be dealt with once and for all. But to be able to execute this task very effectively, we need interagency collaboration amongst the security agencies of our state. In recent times, I have seen them collaborate very effectively, and such collaboration actually resulted in the interception of a tipper truck along the Accra Cape Coast Highway. Mr. Speaker, the volume of cocaine intercepted is worthy of mention. 3.3 tons of cocaine was intercepted, and this was through the collaboration of our security agencies, namely the Narcotics Control Commission and the National Investigations Bureau. This is commendable. Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of June, the cocaine in question was destroyed in accordance with the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020. But, Mr. Speaker, interagency collaboration has not always been effective, which is why we probably have to harmonize our laws relative to drug law enforcement to ensure that they don't insist on protecting theft when they are combating illicit drug trafficking. I'll just give you an example to buttress the point, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, cocaine was intercepted at the Poglu border in the Ketu South municipality. This happened on the 5th of June 2020. An amount of 100.10 grams of cocaine was seized. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day...
Honourable members, let's take into consideration the limited duration of 5 minutes.
Very well.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, due to misunderstanding between the agencies involved, at the border, the security agencies, the cocaine went missing. And so this is the type of collaboration I am talking about. But, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, let me indicate that this House in 2020 enacted legislation on drug use and addiction. And, Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I want to refer to Section 22 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020, which reads as follows. There is established by this act a substance use disorder rehabilitation fund, referred to in this act as the fund. 2, the commission shall use the fund to rehabilitate a person medically certified to be suffering from substance use disorder. Mr. Speaker, this was an important intervention made by this House to address the issue of drug use disorder. This was a bold attempt to decriminalize drug use disorder. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the attempt was incomplete because if you look at the act in question, drug use disorder is still punishable under the law. So if you are an addict and they bring you before court, the court's hands are tied. The court must first convict before they can make a referral of the convict for rehabilitation. But that is problematic. That is problematic because somebody suffering from drug use disorder is a sick person. So that tack of handing down a conviction before making a referral for the person to be helped is incongruous, even in the face of the provision which now seeks to set up a rehabilitation fund and so on and so forth. And so I believe it is high time we took a second look at our drug enforcement law and maybe modify it once again. Let us amend it. At the time when the act came before this House, some of us had argued that it was time for us to completely decriminalize drug use disorder. But at the time, our arguments didn't find favor with the majority of us in this House. Now that drug use disorder has become a major problem, I believe next time when we have the opportunity, we will do what is right. So with those few words, I want to congratulate the makers of the statement for doing justice to the day in question. Well, Drugs Day. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Samuel.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement ably made by 4 honorable members. The issue of drug abuse and illicit drug trafficking is something that we should not take it lightly. I'm just sitting here trying to ponder over what is happening in my constituency. Specifically, I spend time, anytime I go to the constituency, I get to go to the ghettos. The ghettos at Akumadine, at Nkinkenso, Afrancho, and even some of the small towns within the Nsenwa area. I asked them, why are you spending this time here? In fact, they are sitting under trees with no chairs and sometimes within a bush, not considering what could happen from wild animals. And this is something I asked myself, it could have happened to me. It could have happened to you or your sister or your child. What do we have to do to be able to break this chain? Honorable Speaker, we need to look at what is causing this drug abuse. And every single illicit drug trafficking or drug traffic will lead to a drug abuse. And it happens at early age. When people are uneducated, they don't have access to education. So people abuse them by introducing them to drugs. When people are unemployed, there's a saying that an idle hand will always find something bad to do. So we as a country should not just make it a commemorative speech or day, but we have to take it serious. Now, the current trend is not just one drug. It's what is called polysubstance abuse. Now, we have people not only taking cocaine or taking heroin or taking meth or taking what we call red, but now they are taking a whole series of drugs and makes them useless. And they are not able to support themselves. Some will be sleeping whilst walking. It's a serious issue. And we as Parliament should not just spend days making statements, but we should have a strategic approach. And I believe we spoke about this some time ago, which I made mention of the fact that drug abuse is like bomb being dropped into Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the sad
part of this whole issue is that now in Ghana, people have started manufacturing methamphetamines, what we call the meth lab in the advanced nations. It has cost them a lot of money, and we have not paid attention to it. Tramadol, like I said, when I was in pharmacy school, Tramadol was just learning books. Now we have access to 225 milligram Tramadol on the market. And we are spending so much money to kill our young ones, to make them good for nothing. We have to look at it. Methamphetamine labs is starting to be starting in Ghana now. And we shouldn't wait. We shouldn't wait. The security services, Food and Drugs Authority. Now, you know that a drug like pseudoephedrine, which is for common cold, can be used to produce a methamphetamine, which is a class 2 drug that can lead to drug abuse. What are we doing? We have to make sure that at least what other countries have gone through, we don't have to go through that same road. It's going to cost us a lot. This is the time that we have to set some strategies in place. As a government, as a parliament, as a country, we have to have a strategy. Because one that is going to hit us and is going to kill us, if we think that the red and tramadol is causing a lot, when the methamphetamine labs, which are started in the cities, Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and the rest, if we don't stop it now, Mr. Speaker, this country cannot contain it. We are a population of just about 33 million. We need every single young one to support the development of this nation. And every young man or young woman is proud to be a Ghanaian, and we have to support them. That means that we have to take education at the early stage very seriously. Employment issues need to be looked at. And for those that are benefiting from these illicit drugs, we have to look at it and see how best that we can save this young one. Because every young Ghanaian that you save today can be a hero in the future. And I believe we all have a collective objective and collective will and power that if we work at it and we work together as one nation, drug abuse and illicit drugs can, at least if it cannot be a thing of the past, can be reduced. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Professor Tatos Bayu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to these important statements made by 4 of our colleagues on this very important day. Mr. Speaker, I believe today is more realistic and easily appreciated in our country because of the devastating effects of opioids. The UN Office, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, puts the theme for today as Break the Cycle, Stop Organized Crime. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, organized crime is driving the illicit trade of drugs, which is having very devastating effects on our youth in this country. And for us to be able to break the cycle, we need to observe very closely the changing trend of drug abuse in this country. It is an organized crime because we have industries that are willing to produce these poisons for our youth. It is an organized crime because we have businessmen who are willing to import these drugs into our country. And we have people who are willing to distribute them to the youth. And in the ghettos, the level of organization there is now even more sophisticated. Mr. Speaker, we must also be very worried about the unequal distribution of these drugs in the country. And if we do not get that trend right, we cannot break the cycle. data suggests that in the Galamsey areas, the consumption of these illicit drugs are very high. In the border towns, we have very high levels of these drugs in these towns. The new trend is that they are imported under the pretext of being shipped out of this country. And therefore, the necessary scrutiny at the ports of entry is not conducted. The laws do not permit the FDA to inspect fully containers that are meant for transit to other countries. They only cross our land borders and then are brought back into the country. They are evading our security systems because when you even send in the police to the ghettos, you will not find them. The Pharmacy Council is helpless. FDA is getting helpless because these drugs are no more sold in the drugstores or chemical shops. They have ghetto kings, and people are selling phone cases, but with that, it's red. And when they meet their willing customers, there are ways they communicate. So you will see someone hawking with phone cases or chargers or cables, but the person is carrying red. How would the police even identify such a person to arrest? But when he gets to the ghetto, the people know themselves, and they will talk to each other and find a way of trading in it. So we have to get our security services to descend down into the ghettos, link up with these ghetto kings, and be able to track. And we also want to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind as far as the treatment is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I insist that for a country like Ghana, our best bet is prevention, not treatment. Therapy or rehabilitation for drug addiction is very expensive. We do not have public facilities available for this. The Pantang Psychiatric Hospital that has rehab center is poorly equipped. Apart from Pantang, you will not find proper rehabilitation setup in any public institution. And so for a condition as widespread as this, our solution is not the therapy or the treatment. It should be at the prevention. I therefore join other colleagues who have called on the security agencies, but I'm encouraging them that they must be mindful of the new trends, that if they go in police vehicles, they will find nobody to arrest. They have to find a way of partnering these kings and ghetto gangsters to lead them to the people. And perhaps it shouldn't be punitive initially. We should look at how to reach out to these people and try and help them. And in so doing, we will be able to handle it. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Yes, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, I can see that members have a lot of interest to contribute, but if we are to contain all members, we'll sleep here. So if we allow leadership to conclude, so that next time you get opportunity to...
Very well, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the practice, as I've known it to be, when I was in the black chair to your right, was that when a request is made by the Speaker regarding indication, the other side is consulted. This I did. And we have to judge the mood of the House. Mr. Speaker, this issue of drug abuse is a matter of grave national concern. We have, what's the time? It's just 7. We have stayed here up to midnight before, even up to 2 a.m. How can it ever be that on an important issue that has brought 4 members to make statements, we will rush the Speaker to say that if we allow the many who are willing to add their voice, who may sleep here. This is the people's platform. Come on. Mr. Speaker, if that application has been withdrawn as prayed, it is in your hands to rule. So, Mr. Speaker, please admit as many as are willing to make their contribution, especially the women, before leadership comes in.
Very well. I'll proceed to give the floor to Minister Ntiebu Amankwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute on the International Day of Drug Abuse. Mr. Speaker, drug abuse is actually a societal problem which all of members in this House, one way or other, encounter that in the constituency. Even though we have well-structured institutions that need to help us in this regard, Mr. Speaker, some of the major causes is actually, from my perspective, is the foundation, that is from the family. There are some cases that these young ones we find ourselves into the situations are coming from broken homes. But notwithstanding, that is not a guarantee to engage in that. Because even in this House, we have some members who was groomed and mentored or taken care by a single parent. But Mr. Speaker, when you engage these young ones, these are some of the major issues that led to that. But then I believe that sometimes it's because of this child rights and human rights that now in our society you do not have the right to train, educate, and mentor someone's child in a wrongdoing, which we really have to have a look at. Another issue is unemployment. Because of the high rate of unemployment, there is much depression among the community, the young ones. And I'm really happy when one of our honorable members who made this statement indicated the consideration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with much of an employment opportunity under the YEA of Ejumeria and many others. Another thing we need to pay much key attention to is the agents who are involved in this menace. Because, Mr. Speaker, I keep on saying that these things that is happening, we are cause of it, we are part of it. So I remember when I met my traditional rulers the last time, I said, anyone who is involved as an agent selling these drugs to the young ones, they are family members. And that we need to really talk to them. We are all a part to contribute to seize these drug abuse issues. So if you see someone selling it, you should, as a traditional leader, call the person to order. It is not about the money. It's about the future of the community and the nation at large. So it's one thing we really need to look at. And Mr. Speaker, again, I would urge the security agencies, because sometimes you realize that they go on exercise to find out people who are engaged in this. And at the end, by the time they get there, the people already are aware of the issues that they are coming there. And as I hear say, that some of these police personnel are engaging in this. And I believe that so far as they are not part of it, they should lace their boots well and make sure that we put an end to this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a matter of agency to all members in this House. And we all have to come together to find a way and contribute to this siege of drug abuse, maybe in terms of capacity building and some training to get closer to these young ones so that at the end, we'll get a brighter future as we all envisage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given to me.
Yes, I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Fred Agbenyu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by thanking the makers of this particular statement and those who have contributed to it. Mr. Speaker, combating drug abuse in Ghana requires a multi-sectorial approach. It requires the involvement of the family. It requires the involvement of the educational institutions. It requires the involvement of the health sector. It requires the involvement of the security services. It requires the involvement of the media and civil society organizations. Mr. Speaker, we can all pretend that we don't know what is happening in our country. We can all pretend that we don't know what is happening in our constituencies, in our family homes, and what have you. The time has come, Mr. Speaker, for us to call a spade if we are to need this issue in the bud. Causes of drug abuse are things that, even at a basic school, you will read in textbooks. So we all know the causes. We all know the solutions. But the question is, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, what pragmatic steps have we taken to try to resolve this particular issue? Now, most of the drugs we are complaining about, Mr. Speaker, come into the country from outside of this country. We have persons we have engaged to man our borders for us. Mr. Speaker, what is happening at our entry points? We all know some of these fisher folks. When they bring the drugs, they give to the canoe operators. They use unapproved routes to bring to the country. The customs officers are aware. The police service are aware. And all the persons who are supposed to check these things are aware that this is going on. But for whatever reason, Mr. Speaker, we seem to be glossing over it and pretending as though we don't know what is going on. Now, if you go to our country, Mr. Speaker, these days, and you see what is becoming of the young people, indeed, you'll be worried when an issue like this is brought to the fore for discussion. Young people wake up in the morning, Mr. Speaker, they don't know where the next meal will come from. They have no form of employment. And so out of some form of frustration, they think the only way they can keep themselves going is to engage in all these illicit drugs. Mr. Speaker, people are engaged in cannabis farming, even though I'm told the law has been passed in this house, but officially they've not allowed people to do it, especially the medicinal one. But all over the place, Mr. Speaker, we know people are engaged in the farming. And we know the vehicles that are loading it and bringing it to the cities. They pass by the police barriers in the night. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that this issue is an issue we can pretend we don't know the source or that we don't know how to combat it. I think that the political will or the willingness of all of us to play a role and subdue the problem is what is creating the problem we are having today. You go to almost all the drug stores around town. Mr. Speaker, you see the kind of drugs they sell. They put them under the desks, under the tables, and like one of the conductors said, when people go to buy, it's as if they have a communication between them. As soon as the gentleman walks in, they know what he's looking for. Quickly they pick and give to you, they collect the money, and he goes, doesn't even open his mouth. So they have formed a cabal, a team, they know themselves. And so it is sometimes very difficult to even arrest them. What we need to do is to use more of intelligence gathering. We cannot use the normal policing system to be able to arrest those who are involved in these activities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank the makers of the statement and call on you in the House that it must not be a subject that we just contribute to and leave it at that place, but something concrete must be done. We need to be able to call all the institutions on board and see how we can find a solution. When all of us went to the secondary school, if you are privileged not to get involved in some of these things, you are called a colo boy. Now you don't understand anything. And so once you get to first year, and if you are not fortunate, and you find yourselves among boys who know how to do these things, quickly, the peer pressure, they introduce you into it, and before you say Jack, you have become something else. Mr. Speaker, let's see how we can combat this. Those from the health sector have told us that even in our hospitals, we don't have, the facilities to even be able to, reform those who are involved in these things. And so what can we do immediately
to try to minimize it. I don't think we can stop it completely, but we can take steps that can minimize, one, the importation of the drugs into the country, and those who are manufacturing and producing in the country here, those who are distributing, we can put a check on all of them. And once we are able to restrict the activities, the Speaker, I believe that this menace will reduce drastically. I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this statement.
Honourable members, what do? We have a statement from Honourable Clement Apak on disability.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, you may take one more and come to leadership, if it pleases you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment about the statement with my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, these hard drugs are destroying the youth of this country. These hard drugs are destroying our future. Mr. Speaker, I think that Ministry of Education should at least once in a while do a random blood test, because government is spending so much amount of money on free education, and yet these kids come back from school and become a liability. So I think Ministry of Education, maybe when they open school and these students are coming to school, we should do random blood tests and know those who are taking these hard drugs and then expel them from our schools, because government cannot spend so much amount of money on free education and then after school they become liability. So, Mr. Speaker, we all have a responsibility to make sure that we minimize these hard drugs, because it is destroying the future of this country, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leadership.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you for at least granting 4 of the members that leave to make a statement on this important matter that affects our nation, particularly our youth. The Speaker, today is an international day against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Listening to all those who made this statement and various contributions, it is very clear that the menace of drug use and trafficking is a problem in our country. It is the reason why this day is globally being recognized as a day to speak against this menace. So we commemorate this day. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations couldn't have done anything less. As the member for Okankwe South just said, after spending so much on free education, instead of benefiting from the human resource development as a result of the investment, then the nation will now have to spend more money on rehabilitation and all. Mr. Speaker, I will first enjoin all parents to take an interest in the upbringing of their children. It is not the responsibility of the teachers alone. And if I'm referring to parents, the first point of call is this very house. Oftentimes,
political leaders, public office holders become so busy that they don't know that when their kids get to their teenage, that is the period that they need the most. You can see your child go wayward and yell as much as you can, shout as much as you can, but the problem is you. Mr. Speaker, time may not permit for this very point to be expanded, but there is every gain in as parents paying attention to the upbringing of our children. So let us not shift the blame. Even as we are busy in our public duties, let's find time to sit with our children. When we get home, we shouldn't assume that they are asleep. The next morning is the responsibility of our spouses. And then we are too busy. We shouldn't be too busy. Because most of the problems is not only about those who are poor, but middle class, upper class homes are suffering now. Can you imagine spending all your money, your investment to build, make some properties, set up some business, and in your old age, because you did not take time to invest in the counseling of your own child. This child is sitting in a plane, business class, economy class, flying here and there, attending big schools abroad, only to come back home with some questionable hairstyle, coming with some ideologies, coming with some behavior. And you now ask yourself, now who caused that? So, Mr. Speaker, I emphasize that we in this House, those of us who are in the public service, our parliamentary service staff, they shouldn't be too busy with their work. Spend time with their kids, especially as they approach teenage. That is the most dangerous period in the upbringing of every child. Mr. Speaker, for these youngsters, there's something they now call vape. Vape. It is replacing the known cigarettes that people know. And that's how they start. And they also go into the schools with these edibles. And these edibles, they have their own way of educating them, telling them that, oh, if you take it, you will feel good. Mr. Speaker, I do not have a certain permission. If I knew this matter was going to be discussed today, I would have sought permission to share some story, but I don't have permission. But I believe a time will come, and I will share that real life experience of a situation that I encountered, in certain quarters. We as parents must not say that it's somebody's responsibility. Your child is in a boarding house, visit her. Be open with your kids. Talk to them about sex. Discuss everything. Our upbringing of yesterday is not the same of today. They know more than you do. Don't underestimate them. They know about everything. Everything, I mean. So be bold. Sit with them. Share with them, and you'll get to know a lot. And through that, you will save their lives. Because if you don't share with your child, somebody will misinform him or her or miseducate her, and it becomes a burden on you. Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, a member in this house, I visited and I saw the relationship between this member and the adult kids. I said, are you siblings? Then later, I had the benefit of a teenage counselor who said, look, read about these materials. If you relate to them, they now feel comfortable and they place their trust in you. I said, oh, this woman is doing it right. The children will not go wayward. Mr. Speaker, I am getting very emotional on this matter because I know a lot of us are losing our kids. A lot, and we can't talk about it. All the investments. I am lucky by the grace of God that I had the benefit of knowing how to approach these situations. My firstborn is in a medical school, second doing law, the third has become a great student. But somebody may not be lucky, and so my eyes are on them. I said, let's discuss, let's talk about everything. Let's talk. Because there are a lot of things happening in the schools. The teachers alone cannot do it. Mr. Speaker, I haven't addressed that important point. Now let me deal with the poverty-related issues. Mr. Speaker, truly, our sister Millicent Amankwa emphasized how single parenting also creates such platforms, because a single parent who is helpless, poverty, and then people are introducing these kids to these drugs. How do we combat it? We as political leaders must be very brave, confront the situation, act proactively. Maybe I'm only hazarding a guess. In the political campaigning, they may appear useful, but someday they may be a burden on you. If we pay attention to help them out of the situation, Mr. Speaker, they become a benefit to society. Then, Mr. Speaker, the last point before I take my seat is on this perception. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the media will carry this last point, but I'll still say it. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what has become of men, that every man wants manpower. Mr. Speaker, these young men, for now, let me discuss the manpower. Mr. Speaker, these young men, Mr. Speaker, these young men, I really don't know what they want to achieve. Mr. Speaker, you see them chasing these drugs because they claim they will have a long journey. Then in the process, they find themselves in such a situation. Mr. Speaker, after they've had their long journey, then maybe you see them, they cannot move, whether he's sleepwalking or he's whatever. And they tell them that, oh, is it really the case that the women they want to impress get impressed through long journey? Mr. Speaker, if you go to our hospitals today, maybe we should invite the health minister to share some statistics. Renal-related diseases, You see a young man say, I'm going for dialysis. Dialysis at age 25, 30. You have a liver problem at age 30. It's a lifestyle-related matter. Then you see a 70-year-old man walking, gig him, without having to use these drugs. Mr. Speaker, I would want to join colleagues with these three important points. We join colleagues in encouraging government to intensify public education on this matter. Getting facilities or expanding psychiatric facilities, in my view, wouldn't be the solution. We should invest in the preventives. That would be the way out. And above all, at the risk of repeating myself, parents, let's keep to our primary obligation. The book of Ephesians reminds us of our responsibility as parents, and we should keep to that. Mr. Speaker, without more, I would want to rest my case on this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, I'll give the floor to Honorable Comfort Doyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by my colleague on drug abuse. Mr. Speaker, this has become a problem for the youth. And I, as a woman, I don't blame the youth when they get into drug situation. Mr. Speaker, at times parents need to keep their eyes on the environment where they live and how they treat their young ones, that's their children. The small problem is that I don't want to see you in this house. Maybe 2 days and they keep saying, I don't want to see you. Where do you want that child to go? He will go and mingle with those who are into drugs. And by the time you say Jack, that child too is part of the problem that Ghana want to solve. Mr. Speaker, these children, the ghetto boys, and the boys in the youth that are in drugs, if you sit them down, you realize that a lot of them are clever. A lot of them pass their exams, and a lot of them don't have support. So they have no option, no job. In your area, how many ghetto do you have? How many of them have you spoken to? How many of them do you try to change their lives? Let us together work to pick one. Two, which level have you reached? Would you like to do secondary school? Let's support them. When we are even giving jobs to youth, do we remember them? Do you remember to enter the ghetto? Because if we pick them one, and there is nobody in the ghetto, that ghetto will collapse. Because there is nobody to sit there. But we rather see them as evil people. No, they are not. Let us rather see them as one of us, and they are having problems. So let's see how best we can help them solve those problems so that we will dissolve all those ghettos. If they are busy, how would they go there? We have people who are being in the ghetto and they are occupying big positions. How did they get there? Because somebody helped them. A lot of them have the support to be educated. So as Ghanaians, let us work together Those children are our children. It shouldn't be a child that comes from your womb alone. As MPs, we have a way of sponsoring students who need to continue their education. We have to make some provisions for them. Let's enter the ghettos. Let's ask them, how many of you would like to continue with your education? Come out and let's help you do that. Where is your house? Let's take them to the house. Unite them with their parents. A lot of the parents who they shy away when they see their children in that situation. Instead of them to calm down and then pamper them and bring them to their side and guide them so that they will know the difference. They won't do that, but they will rather start cursing. And then to it, you will suffer. And they start cursing. We should stop it and rather give them love. Me, I see drug abuse as a disease that we need to cure. And how do we cure it? Let's give them love. Let's provide for them. Let's make sure they are also educated. And let's make sure that those children, we don't discriminate against the ones that are in the house. Mr. Speaker, if we can sacrifice a bit as a nation, this youth employment and others, how many of them are we ready to employ? They will work. You see them there, 90% of them, they are not thieves. About just maybe 5 or 2% of them that are, but a lot of them, they are not thieves. They are frustration that have set in, and they have nowhere to go. So let's do a program for them. We have rehabilitation centers. How are we using them? Ministry of Health, how much have you programmed for them so that we take a lot of them to rehabilitation centers? Because they are all sick people. If you are into drugs and you are addict, you are sick. We have to cure you because if you eat too much and you have BP, you take BP drugs. And if they are taking drugs too much and they are into it and they are addicted to it, they need doctors who cure them. And we have them. We have the psychologists. Let me take this opportunity to greet one psychologist in Kolebu, Mr. Amagashi. He has been doing well when it comes to drug abuse and has been helping the youth who are into it. So let's change our perception towards them. Parents who gave birth and you see your children in those situations, please don't neglect them. Bring them. Calm down. Don't fight them, because the more you fight them, the more they run away from the house. So let's bring them closer, talk to them, give them more education. They will be somewhere. Can't you see a lot of big men who smoke and they are in big positions? So what shows that your child cannot also occupy those positions if you support that child and give him all the needed support? So I'm pleading 275 MPs. Go to your ghettos. How many can you change? You have education fund. How many of them can you send to school back? The JHS people, how many of them can you send them to secondary school? How many of them have finished secondary school and can enter into meaningful work, job? Mr. Speaker, we need to change our perception towards them and advise all parents who have their children in that situation to rather embrace them, bring them closer, and make sure whatever they will need as kids, they give them so that they will become good leaders in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I direct that the 4 statements be transmitted to the Minister responsible for health. Honourable members, do we take the statement on disability? Yes, Honourable Apak, you have the floor.
And I stayed strong and committed. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a statement in commemoration of the 2025 National Day of Persons with Disability.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I believe that our respected colleague, who is also Deputy Minister of Education, even if he makes it in his capacity as a member of parliament, not as a deputy minister, Mr. Speaker, I will pray that he comes forward with the leave of the front bench to address us, because it's a very important matter. He can't stay in obscurity to make such an important statement. Mr. Speaker, he's a deputy minister. Would you leave?
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, no. This guy is a deputy minister.
Honourable member, with all due respect, wherever he is, he can be heard.
Mr. Speaker,
so,
that's what
Honourable
I'm asking.
Apak,
Mr. Speaker, please pay attention. Mr. Speaker,
please.
Mr.
You have
Speaker,
the floor.
is he making it in his capacity as a deputy
I have the statement before me. There is nothing here in the capacity as a deputy
you've been
minister.
accommodating all day. You've been accommodating all day
Yes,
with all smiles.
I am accommodating, but I have the
Mr. Speaker,
statement
you've been all smiles the whole
before
of
me. I'm smiling.
Yeah, but you are not smiling
I'm not angry. So,
but you are not smiling now. The man,
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
the man can come forward and then make his statement. He's too far away. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate the sudden expression of love towards me by the minority leader. It is well appreciated. Let me indulge him to be patient with me, because I believe the statement I'm going to make would elicit some very important contributions from him. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a statement to commemorate the 2025 National Day of Persons with Disability. Mr. Speaker, please accept my sincerest gratitude to you and the leadership of this August House for granting me this unique opportunity to make a statement in commemoration of this year's National Day of Persons with Disability, which was observed on June 23rd, 2025. The National Day of Persons with Disability was instituted by the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations to mark the passage of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715, 2006. It was instituted a year after the passage of the Act and has since been observed since 23rd June 2007. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Caucus on Disability and the Ghana Federation of Persons with Disability, I commend the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Kingsford Smana Bagman, for inaugurating the Parliamentary Caucus on Disability almost a year ago. This milestone was achieved after years of persistent advocacy by the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations, supported by Site Savers and the Ghana Sombi Jumedie. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Caucus on Disability has championed the cause of persons with disability. We want to ensure that legislation passed by this House is disability inclusive and that Parliament remains accessible to persons with disability. The caucus has also advocated for the expedited reenactment of the Persons with Disability Act 2006
Act 715. The ratification of the African Disability Protocol is also on our advocacy agenda. The objective of the caucus is to create a platform for parliamentarians to advocate the rights and inclusion of persons with disability in promoting equal opportunities and supporting the implementation of disability-related policy and legislation. Mr. Speaker, our objective is informed by the rather unpleasant fact that persons with disability face various barriers in participation in society, including inaccessible infrastructure, stigma and discrimination, limited access to education and employment, and inadequate healthcare and social services. Our caucus intends to help address these issues by raising awareness about the disability issues among parliamentarians and the general public. We are also willing and able to address these issues by providing a forum for parliamentarians to discuss and address disability-related concerns. Equally, we want to support legislation and policies promoting disability inclusion. We will also be engaging with organizations of persons with disabilities and other stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, our focus as a caucus is on disability issues in Ghana, including accessible infrastructure and transportation, education and employment opportunities, healthcare and social services, as well as political participation and representation. On June the 23rd, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations commemorated the 2025 Day of Persons with Disability under the theme, Advancing Inclusion Through Education, quote unquote. This theme represents not only a moral imperative, but also a constitutional obligation to ensure that no child is left behind in our educational system because of disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has made notable commitments in inclusive education. Section 18 of the Persons with Disability Act and Article 24 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which Ghana ratified in 2012, guarantee the right of persons with disability to inclusive education. These legal frameworks require us to establish an education system that is not segregated but integrated, accessible, and empowering. The Ministry of Education has implemented the Inclusive Education Policy 2015. It has also established the Special Education Units across districts. It has also invested in Braille and sign language material and has begun incorporating inclusive practices in the training programs of our teachers. However, Mr. Speaker, despite these commendable efforts, the situation on the ground still falls short of the vision these policies seek to promote. Many children with disabilities remain out of school. Numerous schools lack accessible infrastructure. Teachers are often trained in methodologies that do not include disability inclusion, and we lack adequate data on children with disabilities in our schools. There is also non-existent, or in many cases, difficult to reach places where students are actually denied opportunities to gain an education. Mr. Speaker, attitudinal barriers and stigma, especially in rural areas, continue to deny thousands of children with disabilities not only their right to education, but also their right to participate in meaningful society. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana needs support as it works to implement bold and progressive policies aimed at ensuring inclusion and accessibility at all levels. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Education, Haruna Idrisu, has announced the development of a mathematics curriculum tailored for visually impaired students to enhance access to STEM education. Additionally, work is ongoing to establish a Ghanaian Sign Language curriculum to support hearing impaired learners. Mr. Speaker, education must be truly accessible, and no financial barrier should stand in the way of any child in Ghana, including persons with disability. Persons with disability will enjoy free tertiary education, enabling full participation in national development. The Honorable Minister for Education has urged disability communities to register with the Student Loan Trust to qualify under the policy. The ministry, through the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, is gathering data on students with disabilities to roll out the policy effectively. In addition, Mr. Speaker, a multi-stakeholder committee has been established by the Speaker, by the Minister, and I, your honorable colleague, is the co-chair of that committee. I co-chair this committee with Mr. Joseph Achu, who is the president of the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations. We have been mandated to work out the roadmap to ensure that persons with disability from kindergarten to university obtain an education free of charge. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is committed to strengthening Ghana's legal framework for disability rights and prioritizing the passage of the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. In addition, His Excellency would introduce an ally to operationalize the reenacted Act. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to partnering with private sector employers to ensure that at least 5% of their competent workforce is recruited from the disability community. This is a critical step towards economic empowerment and workplace inclusion. We are confident that many qualified persons with disability are capable of holding key positions in our workforce. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure the full and comprehensive implementation of Ghana's Disability Act in its current form, even as we work to reenact it. Mr. Speaker, we must improve physical, structural, and informational accessibility in public spaces, transportation, healthcare, and educational institutions. This includes investing in disability-friendly infrastructure, assertive technologies, assistive technologies, accessible educational material, and adopting public facilities and transport systems to meet the needs of persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, we must conduct a nationwide sensitization campaign to reduce stigma and discrimination and provide targeted training for educators, healthcare professionals, and employers on disability rights and inclusive practices. Persons with disability in Ghana and their representatives must be actively involved in the design, implementation, and evaluation of policies and programs to ensure that their needs are met in their own voices. Mr. Speaker, I urge members of Parliament to lead the charge, not only in word, but with decisive action. Inclusive education is not merely an education issue. It is a human rights issue, a social justice issue, and a national development issue. Mr. Speaker, I use this opportunity to humbly call on like-minded colleagues to join the Parliamentary Caucus on Disability. I know there are many of us here who have this matter at heart. Take this opportunity to join the Parliamentary Caucus on Persons with Disability. I respectfully call on this House and the government to officially adopt June 23rd as the National Day for Persons with Disability. I am most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister for Education, on this very important statement on the rights of persons with disability. The floor is now open. Yes, Honorable Day.
I
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity coming at a very late hour of the day. I will be very brief, and I make this statement keeping in mind that beyond being a member of this House, I am very passionate about issues of people's with disability, particularly because I am a proud father of one, and I do everything possible to ensure that what the world is clamoring for, what the world speaks about, and what we as humans try to teach ourselves and bring to the fore about people's needs, to bring them apart with life as it ought to be led. We all know about it, and it all starts by accepting that not all humans have the same opportunity, hence the word disability. And I'm very happy that the maker of the statement, my senior colleague and the Deputy Minister for Education, has announced to all of us that the government has instituted something that he actually has been put in charge of, and I'm happy that no less a person than the gentleman called Joseph Achu, who I know very well. He himself is a person with a disability, and that gentleman being in charge of this, and the erudite Deputy Minister himself, the hardworking man as he is, I know that this issue would be pushed forward, and then all the issues that were listed in the current NDC manifesto, which for me will be implemented to alleviate the suffering, alleviate the predicament of people with disability, they'll all be dealt with one after the other. Let me be quick to mention that it is strike knowledge that currently we have on our hands certain measures that are supposed to be implemented to alleviate or bring to accommodate the predicament of these people. And it includes issues of giving free tertiary education to all persons with disability. I think this is commendable, and on a day like this where a statement is made on the floor of this august House, it needs to be mentioned. I can also say that being a member of the group of people who wrote the NDC manifesto, or the manifesto of the government that is being implemented now, issues of accessibility inclusion is well articulated in the document. Issues of persons with disability are well articulated and linked to what we are implementing for Women's Development Bank. It is also very much linked to all employment opportunities that are being given to people. So all opportunities, all employment opportunities that are given to people or Ghanaians, peoples with disability, are put at the forefront, and they are given a better opportunity to assess these things. So this statement for me, it is a very good one and must be accepted by all. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Joseph Kuma. Joseph Kuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement ably delivered by Dr. Clement Apak, the Deputy Minister of Education. Mr. Kuma, Mr. Speaker, the issues about the disability is an issue that we must continue to talk about and to save them from the current existence. Mr. Speaker, our policies and programs must intentionally be geared towards improving the standard of living of the disabled ones. Mr. Speaker, every year we do statements to try to remind ourselves about the need to pay particular attention to disability issues. However, most of our structural designs, facilities, and a whole lot are still not walking the talk. Contractors and what have you still put up modern structures without taking care of disability issues or implementing the right structures that will include the challenge to be able to access them. And so as a society, we are usually at fault when some of these things are looked at. And for me, we have to go on a national crusade. I know, day in, day out, as we talk about issues of disabilities, yes, but as a parliament, we may have to relook at certain issues and closed on this. The Minister of Gender and the Minister of Gender, I'm sure, is to fast-track a law, a LI on disability issues, so that we'll get we close the chapter on this. And Parliament, I'm sure we have to look at the law. I know, as a member of the Disability Caucus, we have spoken about it. The people themselves are passionate about it, about the need to finalize their LI so that they can be well included in our system. And with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful and thank the maker for the statement. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I think we will take one more contribution and then we'll call it a day. Being in the House of Seniority, I will give the floor to Honourable Chiwete.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm most grateful for the opportunity to make a comment on the Honourable Dr. Apak's statement, ably delivered. Mr. Speaker, people living with disability, most of them are people we can always describe as smart people. Mr. Speaker, I schooled in Nasra Jahan Teacher Training College in Wa in the Upper West region. I happened to school with a number of people living with disability. I can remember one Justina. She was crippled but very intelligent. The Speaker, I can remember one Philip and Patrick. Patrick and Philip were blind students. The Speaker, but they were the most intelligent in the class, you won't believe it. I happened to be the one who used to read for them. And there was a challenge because they didn't have all the facilities, especially brailling machines and all those things. Mr. Speaker, I think these are the things that we need to work out for such persons, those in the secondary school, in the tertiary institutions, and at the basic level. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have a number of them, especially those in the basic level. There's a village called Talituma in my constituency. There's this man who had twins, boys, both of them blind. A typical village, but the man managed to take them to school. As we speak, they are in the JSS in Wa. They are very intelligent students. Sometimes when I go to the village to campaign and I meet them, they become my voices. Mr. Speaker, but another challenge as members of parliament that we have to look at, that is hindering the performance of students, especially those in the tertiary institutions. Most of the assemblies, do not release the percentage of the fund that is supposed to go to the people living with disabilities. They don't release them timely. Some don't even give them out at all. The 3% that is supposed to go to them. The Speaker, you're surprised to hear that some of those students would write letters to the assemblies, and they don't release the funds to them. Just in December, before the elections, I had the privilege to meet a group of them in Sola. In fact, they are very productive, very united, and the complaint was just regarding the releases from the District Assembly to them. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this advantage to urge that as a House, let's pay attention to the percentage of the amount that is supposed to go to such persons. Let's ensure that the assemblies release such monies to them. Sometimes there are some of the women, they just need a tabletop fridge or a freezer, small freezer, to do business. That will help them take care of their case. There are some of them who just need, especially even the men, there are some who repair watches, some who repair phones. They need 1,000 cedis, 500 Ghana cedis, just those little amounts. And so I believe that if the assemblies are consistent in releasing the 3% to the people living with disabilities, we'll be solving a lot of problems. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, because I know we are tired, by appreciating one of my branch chairmen who is also a person with disability. We call him Dapla. That gentleman is disabled, but he's the smartest in that polling station. And so for me, I believe that if we give them the support, if we allow them to operate, if we give them that respect, if we give them the recognition, make them feel part of the society, Mr. Speaker, we are not better than them. Most of them can do far, far better than us. We can all remember the gentleman who was made the minister for chieftaincy. Yes, Dr. Seydou Jana, who did better than him? Currently, President Mama appointed one gentleman, a Frafra guy, Adongo. Yes, during the campaign, he was traveling from Wa. He had a breakdown in Sola Tona Kalva. Mr. Speaker, fortunately, his vehicle broke down in the community where I have the disabled man as my branch chairman, a community called Blama.
Honorable member is a person with disability, but he's not disabled.
Thank you. A person with disability. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Adongo's vehicle broke down in that community. I asked him to look for my branch chairman. When the branch chairman was called, he was also in that category. In the night, he called me. He stood by Mr. Adongo to ensure that Mr. Adongo's vehicle was towed to Sola, where I got him accommodation, and he continued with his journey the next day. And so who said those who live with disabilities cannot perform? They can. Mr. Speaker, let's join hands, especially let's re-echo on the release of the 3% of the Assembly's common fund to them. I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Persons with disability are not disabled. Disability is also not inability. We've passed the disability law, and we should ask ourselves whether the law has been implemented to achieve its purpose. If you give me the opportunity, I will say that the disability law has not been fully implemented for the purpose for which we have passed the law. Honourable members, persons with disability must be given equal and better opportunities in society. If 3% of common fund is dedicated for persons with disability in a district, why would you keep this 3% away from persons with disability? There is no constituency that doesn't have persons with disability. It is for that reason that 3% is dedicated for them. as to why MMDC would not release this money to them, the least said about it, the better. I will urge the MMDCs to ensure timely releases of the small percentage dedicated for persons with disability. On this note, I will say that statement time has ended, and we've sat in excess of 5 hours. So I will stand on order 56 to adjourn the House. Honourable members, the House is accordingly. Well, I've seen the...
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, thank you for advising all of us as to how to proceed. But all the members that contributed, some belong to the Education Committee, others also belong to this Assembly Common Fund, Local Government Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I want you to advise them that anytime there's a report before them, they should make sure that that 3% is ceded to people living with disability, so that if they are not giving the money, we can monitor it. But when we talk about disability, we are looking far. But even obesity is a disability, but we think it's about people who have issues with their legs or their hands or whatever, and some are hidden. Even stress level can lead to disability for you not to think right. So members on both committees, lucky the minister made a statement, so try to police it so that at least we give true meaning to whatever we are giving to our young brothers and even adults.
So,
some will grow to become adults.
So, honourable members, we
so
should
Mr.
all
Speaker, tomorrow
ensure...
we'll be starting at 10.
Yes, so let's all come together to ensure that the rights of persons with disability are protected. I am a member of the Disability Caucus myself. Honourable members, I have this announcement: inauguration of Parliamentary Friendship Association. All members, honourable members, Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament would on Friday, tomorrow, 27th day of June 2025, inaugurate 42 Parliamentary Friendship Association duly recognized in the 9th Parliament in the Chamber of Parliament at 9 a.m. Members of the diplomatic corps of countries of respective friendship association have been invited to the ceremony and are expected to be seated by 8:40 a.m. Accordingly, honorable members are all entreated to also be seated by 8:40 a.m. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to Friday, 27th day of June 2025 at 10 o'clock before noon.